छोटा हो सफर, चाहे लंबे फासले, अब रुकना नहीं, दुनिया बदले चले। नन्हे नन्हे कदमों में बड़े बड़े अरमान है, चल तू निडर उड़ान भर, अब खुले आसमान है। बैठे बैठे जिंदगी में होता नहीं कुछ भी, चट्टानों को चीरती चलती नदी ही। जुनू तेरा जुनू मेरा, कहे अब रुकना नहीं, बढ़ते चले। हर दिन लाखों लोग जुनू लिए बढ़ रहे हैं आगे, और हर सफर में उनके साथ हैं ऊबर, बढ़ते चले।
Tata Metallics is a leading manufacturer of world-class pig iron and ductile iron pipes. Commissioned in 1994, Tata Metallics is one of the stars of the global conglomerate, the Tata Group. Like a crusader, Tata Metallics has overcome many challenges to rise like a phoenix, successfully consolidated its leadership position in the industry with the vision of reaching tomorrow first. Tata Metallics has ensured sustainable growth through its 6 strategic business priorities. Empowered by the state-of-the-art manufacturing facility at Kharagpur, the company has embarked on the path of cost leadership through operational excellence, productivity enhancement, and resource optimization. The organization aspires to be the supplier of choice, engaging with customers to enhance our offerings and provide differentiated customer experiences. Customer centricity is at the core of Tata Metallics. The company reaches out to its domestic and international customers with world-class products and services.
Listening and learning, thereby ensuring that the solutions are customized to optimize the unique needs and expectations of each of the customers.
Tata FE brand of energy-efficient pig iron and Tata Ductura brand of ductile iron pipes, along with customized technical services, have been designed to deliver customer delight. With its robust people practices, engagements and initiatives, it is creating a culture of learning, teamwork and collaboration. Tata Metallics is a learning organization poised on the path of continuous improvement. Automation and digitization processes are the pivot to innovate and excel. Conserving resources efficiently by actively following a reduce, reuse, recycle principle towards sustainable growth. Driven by a strong sense of social commitment, Tata Metallics has undertaken numerous initiatives and programs designed to enhance and improve the quality of life of the communities around Kharagpur and Kolkata. Tata Metallics has been widely recognized and awarded for its excellence and achievements. Tata Metallics is future-ready to take on the ever-challenging global demands, setting new paradigms of excellence, touching lives. Tata Metallics, reaching tomorrow first.
More than a decade ago, a group of entrepreneurs got together with an idea to transform India's infrastructure industry forever. Thanks to their efforts and focus, in the year 2008, Amrit Cement was born as a state-of-the-art company focused on effectively fulfilling the region's cement needs. Since its inception, Amrit Cement has invested in special equipment and key infrastructure while acquiring a strong foothold in Northeast India with the corporate office in Kolkata, a manufacturing site in Meghalaya, regional office at Guwahati, and its registered office in Shillong. Our current production capacity is at 1 MTPA clinker, which is estimated to rise 3 MTPA clinker. Combined with our diverse and high-quality product range, two distinct cement variants, that is OPC and PPC, grade 53 and grade 43. We have managed to rise to the top while competing with industry leaders and established players of our region. Our vision is to be a world-class cement entity by leading through excellence and cultivating a culture of mutual trust and respect. Our mission is a commitment to be more than just a cement company. We want to ensure happy employees, prosperous stakeholders, satisfied customers, a greener environment, and a progressive society. Our experienced leadership and skilled workforce have worked together to ensure our business strategy's perfect execution, achieving our vision, boosting our operation efficiency, and bringing the best results. What makes us an industry leader is a combination of several factors. A young workforce with unbridled energy, enthusiasm, and modern worldviews. An open-door policy that guarantees an uncontrolled flow of ideas and opinions all across. A world-class quality lab ensuring that every product is tested and verified, meeting our high-quality standards. We understand the importance and advantages of technology. That is why we have made conscious efforts to bring the most cutting-edge technology solutions for everybody's benefit. We pioneered the use of SAP in the whole of the northeastern cement industry. SAP is an enterprise and resource planning software incorporated into our business right from day one. Not a single manual order has been made since its inception, allowing us to stay ahead of the curve. We have collaborated with HR Mantra, a leading HR service and payroll software. Their latest technology and user-friendly interface make all HR functions completely digitized. Using their app, employees quickly access daily data with a button click. HR Mantra keeps you connected from anywhere. To enhance our workforce's skills, we have partnered with Skillsoft's Percipio platform, an online learning center where you can train, learn, and test your knowledge. It is one of the highest rated platforms worldwide, driving higher learning engagement with its My Time Learning feature available for everybody. Our partnership with Infido, the Amber AI chatbot, helps us talk with employees confidentially to identify employees who are unhappy, disengaged, or facing any concerns. Employees can confidentially share difficult and complex issues, their thoughts and opinions with this smart AI to get human-centric responses in real time. Salesforce and sales apps like Amrit Bandhu, Amrit Dealer Force, and Amrit Branding help our sales team handle our customers' needs while simplifying stakeholders' lives by providing transparency and real-time information of orders placed, dispatched, location of load, billing, and more. Integration of Freight Tiger and Autoplant with Amrit Center has optimized and digitized logistics. These smart solutions help manage all truck movement from factory to warehouse to dealers and even to sub-dealers, creating on-time delivery with transparency. Our employees love and appreciate our unique HR initiatives and policies for their benefit. That is why they report high job satisfaction. We emphasize maintaining a work-life balance. We celebrate every occasion together with love and respect. We bring fun to the workplace, ensuring a relaxing atmosphere. Our host of learning opportunities empowers our smart workforce to rise faster up the career ladder. Amrit Cement's dedication to quality, customer satisfaction, technology, and societal developments has helped it win several awards, including India 500 Best Brand Award in December 2020, West Bengal's Best Employer Brand Award, the CII and Tata DX Summit Award for Best Practice in Digital Transformation, and more. Amrit Cement is not just a cement manufacturing company. We transcend beyond that. We are a community of individuals who are not afraid to push the boundaries, dream big, and beat a path for the rest of the industry players. Would you like to be part of something bigger? We at Amrit Cement say welcome aboard.
Our planet is at breaking point. Without action, global temperatures could rise by 2 degrees with catastrophic consequences. Rapidly increasing urban populations have led to unsustainable increases in harmful emissions and gridlocked cities. As we recover from a global pandemic, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to radically change the way we move. But the clock is ticking. We must work together to reimagine, rebuild, and transform the way cities move, using the latest technology to make urban mobility greener, smarter, safer, and more accessible without further delay. As representatives of the mobility sector, we are signing up to 6 commitments we believe hold the key to a sustainable future.
We commit to helping cities make access to shared and electric mobility easy and affordable for all. Moving sustainably should be a right, not a privilege.
We commit to using our platforms to complement and extend the reach of public transport, ensuring it remains the backbone of urban mobility networks.
We commit to net zero emissions from our mobility services by 2035 at the latest. Rapid decarbonisation is the only way to save our planet for the future.
We commit to using our technology to support Vision Zero. The status quo of motor vehicle crashes and fatalities is unacceptable, and we need to work together to change that.
We commit to collaborating with cities on multimodal, zero-emission transportation that utilizes data to create smart, integrated mobility ecosystems to achieve their sustainability goals.
We are committed to actively cooperate with policymakers on the introduction of transformative new modes of transport to address the mobility challenges of today while serving the needs of tomorrow.
We all have a responsibility to ensure there is no return to business as usual.
छोटा हो सफर, चाहे लंबे फासले, अब रुकना नहीं, दुनिया बदले चले। नन्हे नन्हे कदमों में बड़े बड़े अरमान है, चल तू निडर उड़ान भर, अब खुले आसमान है। बैठे बैठे जिंदगी में होता नहीं कुछ भी, चट्टानों को चीरती चलती नदी ही। जुनू तेरा, जुनू मेरा, कहे अब रुकना नहीं, बढ़ते चले। हर दिन लाखों लोग जुनू लिए बढ़ रहे हैं आगे, और हर सफर में उनके साथ हैं उबर, बढ़ते चले।
Tata Metallics is a leading manufacturer of world-class pig iron and ductile iron pipes. Commissioned in 1994, Tata Metallics is one of the stars of the global conglomerate, the Tata Group. Like a crusader, Tata Metallics has overcome many challenges to rise like a phoenix, successfully consolidated its leadership position in the industry with the vision of reaching tomorrow first. Tata Metallics has ensured sustainable growth through its 6 strategic business priorities. Empowered by the state-of-the-art manufacturing facility at Kharagpur, the company has embarked on the path of cost leadership through operational excellence, productivity enhancement, and resource optimization. The organization aspires to be the supplier of choice, engaging with customers to enhance our offerings and provide differentiated customer experiences. Customer centricity is at the core of Tata Metallics. The company reaches out to its domestic and international customers with world-class products and services.
Listening and learning, thereby ensuring that the solutions are customized to optimize the unique needs and expectations of each of the customers.
Tata FE brand of energy-efficient pig iron and Tata Ductura brand of ductile iron pipes, along with customized technical services, have been designed to deliver customer delight. With its robust people practices, engagements and initiatives, it is creating a culture of learning, teamwork and collaboration. Tata Metallics is a learning organization poised on the path of continuous improvement. Automation and digitization processes are the pivot to innovate and excel. Conserving resources efficiently by actively following a reduce, reuse, recycle principle towards sustainable growth. Driven by a strong sense of social commitment, Tata Metallics has undertaken numerous initiatives and programs designed to enhance and improve the quality of life of the communities around Kharagpur and Kolkata. Tata Metallics has been widely recognized and awarded for its excellence and achievements. Tata Metallics is future-ready to take on the ever-challenging global demands, setting new paradigms of excellence, touching lives. Tata Metallics, reaching tomorrow first.
More than a decade ago, a group of entrepreneurs got together with an idea to transform India's infrastructure industry forever. Thanks to their efforts and focus, in the year 2008, Amrit Cement was born as a state-of-the-art company focused on effectively fulfilling the region's cement needs. Since its inception, Amrit Cement has invested in special equipment and key infrastructure while acquiring a strong foothold in Northeast India with the corporate office in Kolkata, a manufacturing site in Meghalaya, regional office at Guwahati, and its registered office in Shillong. Our current production capacity is at 1 MTPA clinker, which is estimated to rise 3 MTPA clinker. Combined with our diverse and high-quality product range, two distinct cement variants, that is OPC and PPC, grade 53 and grade 43. We have managed to rise to the top while competing with industry leaders and established players of our region. Our vision is to be a world-class cement entity by leading through excellence and cultivating a culture of mutual trust and respect. Our mission is a commitment to be more than just a cement company. We want to ensure happy employees, prosperous stakeholders, satisfied customers, a greener environment, and a progressive society. Our experienced leadership and skilled workforce have worked together to ensure our business strategy's perfect execution, achieving our vision, boosting our operation efficiency, and bringing the best results. What makes us an industry leader is a combination of several factors. A young workforce with unbridled energy, enthusiasm, and modern worldviews. An open-door policy that guarantees an uncontrolled flow of ideas and opinions all across. A world-class quality lab ensuring that every product is tested and verified, meeting our high-quality standards. we understand the importance and advantages of technology. That is why we have made conscious efforts to bring the most cutting-edge technology solutions for everybody's benefit. We pioneered the use of SAP in the whole of the northeastern cement industry. SAP is an enterprise and resource planning software incorporated into our business right from day one. Not a single manual order has been made since its inception, allowing us to stay ahead of the curve. We have collaborated with HR Mantra, a leading HR service and payroll software. Their latest technology and user-friendly interface make all HR functions completely digitized. Using their app, employees quickly access daily data with a button click. HR Mantra keeps you connected from anywhere. To enhance our workforce's skills, we have partnered with Skillsoft's Percipio platform, an online learning center where you can train, learn, and test your knowledge. It is one of the highest rated platforms worldwide, driving higher learning engagement with its My Time Learning feature available for everybody. Our partnership with Infido, the Amber AI chatbot, helps us talk with employees confidentially to identify employees who are unhappy, disengaged, or facing any concerns. Employees can confidentially share difficult and complex issues, their thoughts and opinions with this smart AI to get human-centric responses in real time. Salesforce and sales apps like Amrit Bandhu, Amrit Dealer Force, and Amrit Branding help our sales team handle our customers' needs while simplifying stakeholders' lives by providing transparency and real-time information of orders placed, dispatched, location of load, billing, and more. Integration of Freight Tiger and Autoplant with Amrit Center has optimized and digitized
Hi, this is Jagrati from the Australian High Commission. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, Jagrati, you were quite clear. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
अच्छा Shaikat, are we ready to start?
Yes, Mr. Diwan, we have just 1 minute, so we'll keep the 1 minute and we'll start off.
Okay.
Right, Chairman, with your permission, can we start, please?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you, everybody, for joining the first East India Summit, which is the Eastern and Northeastern Region's flagship program for development in the two regions. We have had a massive response, a very positive response to the program, and we hope the expectations created by the first East India Summit reflects the drive that CII has for the development of the East and the Northeast regions. Without much ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Vijay Diwan, Chairman, CII Eastern Region, and request Mr. Diwan to take up the proceedings, please. Mr. Diwan, it's all yours. Thank you.
So thank you, Shaikat. Good afternoon to everyone. A very warm welcome to all of you to this inaugural session of the first ever East India Summit. We have amidst us today Mr. G. Krishna Reddy, Honorable Minister of Development of Northeastern Region, Mr. Amitabh Kant, Chief Executive Officer, National Institute of Transforming India, Niti Aayog, Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, Principal Economic Advisor, Government of India, and His Excellency, Mr. Satoshi Suzuki, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary Embassy of Japan in India, His Excellency, Mr. Emmanuel Lenand, Ambassador of France to India, His Excellency, Mr. Alex Ellis, British High Commissioner to India, His Excellency, Honorable Mr. Barry O'Farrell, High Commissioner of Australia to India, Ms. Eileen Nandi, Minister Counselor, Commercial Affairs at U.S. Commercial Service, Embassy of U.S. in India, Mr. E.R. Podel, Consul General of Nepal in Kolkata, Mr. Tawfiq Hassan, Deputy High Commissioner of Bangladesh in Kolkata, and Mr. Sanjeev Paul, Deputy Chairman, CII Eastern Region, and Vice President, Tata Steel Limited. A warm welcome to all of you. This summit brings all the Eastern and Northeastern states together on one platform, along with 8 partner countries, to drive infrastructure development in this part of the world. Countries participating with us are United Kingdom, United States of America, France, Australia, Japan, South Korea, and our neighbors from Bangladesh and Nepal. We also have participation from multilateral agencies like the Asian Development Bank, Japan International Cooperation Agency, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, World Bank, Korean Trade Investment Promotion Agency, United States Agency for International Development, and various chambers of commerce and trade. Our state partners for the summit include Assam, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Mizoram, Tripura, and West Bengal. The Indian economy, as we all know, is projected to be at $5 trillion by 2025. This is going to be only possible if the East and the Northeastern states target to contribute at least $1 trillion from the present level of $450 billion. This is a challenging task, and the East has a lot of catch-up to do. Based on this, the CII, to achieve these objectives, CII East theme for the year 2021 is based on 5 I's, which is image, innovation, infrastructure, investment, and inclusiveness. And to bring a global focus in the East, we need to work on building a new image, which is based on ease of doing business and leadership in sustainability. Only Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, West Bengal feature among the top 10 Indian states in terms of ease of doing business. The balance, of course, are on the lower half of the table. This must change through business reforms. And in terms of the SDG index, this is the Sustainability Development Goal Index developed by Niti Aayog. Most of the eastern states are again in the lower half of the table. There is a huge opportunity here as higher SDG rankings would lead to attracting higher investments. The objective of the East India Summit is to create a sustainable infrastructure roadmap for East and Northeast, linking with global investments. It would lead to new economic activities, more jobs, and more livelihoods. East India Summit is here to showcase the potential of the region, as well as also invite investor interest to develop infrastructure through the PPP models while taking advantage of policies laid out by the union and state governments. This summit has special focus on ports, inland waterways, logistic parks, railways, airport, and future mobility. Each day of the summit is spread into 3 parts. On each day of the summit, there is a country session, there is a state session, as well as there is going to be a sectoral session. The region shares its borders with important neighboring countries like Nepal, Bhutan, China, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. The region can act as India's route to the Eastern world. Improving physical and digital infrastructure in this region will lead to economic and strategic benefits for India as well as for its neighbors. CII East will be very happy to formulate a joint working group with Niti Aayog, partner states, partner countries, and the Ministry of Development of Northeastern Region and the Ministry of Finance to drive faster growth in this region. A developed East and the Northeast will fast track India's growth story. A strong East will only lead to a strong India. Thank you. So with this, I would like to welcome Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO of Niti Aayog, to this summit. Mr. Amitabh Kant is presently CEO of Niti Aayog, that is National Institution of Transforming India. He is a member of the Indian Administrative Service. He has been the key force behind Make in India, Startup India, Incredible India, and of course, the well-known God's Own Country. Mr. Kant is a policy change agent, India's top bureaucrat, and he features among the world's 50 most influential people revolutionize governance. Over to Mr. Kant for the keynote address on the infrastructure development of this region.
Actually, sir will join in 2-3 minutes.
Okay. So we'll wait for him to join.
Chairman, with your permission, if I can just add that maybe request all our valued speakers and guests to please turn on your cameras. It would give us a much wider perspective and your engagement, please. Thank you so much. Mr. Diwan, while we wait for Mr. Kant to come, I think just if with your permission, just to highlight that this East India Summit would have a huge involvement and engagement on 3 or 4 critical ranges of infrastructure and future technologies. Over the next 5 days, we look forward to your participation across the 14 sessions that we have, and the sectoral sessions on railways, where we're looking at evolving infrastructure investment. We're also looking at the logistics colloquium for strengthening the port and multimodal infrastructure, future mobility for a sustainable ecosystem, and aviation, strengthening the airport infrastructure. We've had a very significant response to the invitations that we have sent out, and we look forward to a wholehearted participation. I think we just await Mr. Kant joining in a few minutes now. We really look forward to you joining us over the next 4 days, 29th of September, 1st of October, 5th of October, and 7th of October.
Welcome, Mr. Kant. I actually already did the introduction, but let me do it again. Mr. Kant is presently CEO of Niti Aayog. He's a member of the Indian Administrative Service. He has been the key force behind Make in India, Startup India, Incredible India, and of course, God's own country. Mr. Kant is a policy change agent, India's top bureaucrat, and features among the world's 50 most influential people revolutionizing governance. Over to Mr. Kant for the keynote address on the infrastructure development of the East and the Northeast. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for that very kind words. Greatly appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to join you for the inaugural session on the approach and roadmap for sustainable infrastructure development and global investments in the East and Northeast region of India. Historically, vibrant civilizations have flourished economically and socially, along with thriving infrastructure networks. The East and Northeastern region of India represents one among the many unique biodiversity-rich geographic entities. The region is endowed with rich natural resources, a very vibrant culture, and unique geographical endowments. While there has been progress, this region is yet to achieve its full socio-economic potential. The Government of India is fully committed to ensure that all possible measures are taken to facilitate and enhance this progress. While the Northeast and East India covers 1/5 of India's geographical area, its contribution has been far less than 1/5 in country's GDP. It is encouraging to see that the average growth rate in this region during the period 2015 to 20 has been above the average growth rate of the country. In 2019-20, when the entire country had witnessed slowdown, Mizoram achieved highest growth rate of 13%, followed by another small northeastern state of Tripura with 9% growth. In fact, Tripura, Sikkim, Bihar, and West Bengal are amongst the only few states which have recorded a positive growth rate in 2021. One could say that reform measures of the government development programs and expansive investment over the last few years have yielded results. The primary reason for constrained growth of this region, despite its strategic advantage in terms of its location and rich natural resources, can largely be attributed to insufficient infrastructure in the region, particularly in the area of connectivity, leading to high operational costs for business, trade, and commerce. The Government of India is laying a lot of emphasis on this. For economic growth of any region, good quality infrastructure, transport infrastructure in particular, and connectivity are important elements to ensure mobility of people and efficient movement of goods. Here, I would like to point out that while road density is high for most states in the northeastern region, the percentage of surface road to total road length is still amongst the lowest. The Niti Aayog's SDG report 2021 has also pointed out that the northeastern and eastern states are at the bottom and lag behind the other states on the SDG Goal 9, which talks about the importance of a reliable and resilient infrastructure as crucial drivers of economic growth and development. In order to unlock the potential of this region, the foremost requirement is to address the concerns of inadequate infrastructure, lack of connectivity, and lack of institutional support to improve the competitiveness. Further, the long international borders with China, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Myanmar, Nepal needs to be converted into an asset as a gateway to Southeast and East Asian markets rather than being seen as a deterrent to the economy. In fact, the proximity to these regions should really be totally converted as a major asset to penetrate these markets. By improving its connectivity, logistics, and trade facilitation with our neighbors and other East and Southeast Asian regions such as Malaysia and Thailand, the East and Northeast region can grow much faster and flourish. That will lead to enhancement of the per capita income in the region. The government of India has been relentlessly supporting the growth of this region by way of various policies and schemes, specifically designed for promotion of infrastructure in this region. Some of these policies include the Act East policy, the Northeast Industrial Development Scheme, the Northeast Industrial Development and Promotion Policy, and the recent thrust on the National Infrastructure Pipeline. The government has also been implementing a raft of road and bridge projects to improve connectivity within the region, with the rest of the country and also with the neighboring countries of Bangladesh, Nepal, and Myanmar. The allocation towards the development of roads and infrastructure in the Northeast has increased over the years. For instance, the allocation under the Northeast Roads Sector Development Scheme has increased by more than 3.5 times since 2015-16. Similarly, the allocation under Northeast Special Infrastructure Development Scheme has also increased by more than 7 times in a span of just 4 years. Special Accelerated Road Development Program in Northeast witnessed an increase of 150% in 21-22 over 2021 revised estimates. The East-West Corridor is an important national project under the Golden Quadrilateral, starting at Silchar in Assam to Porbandar in Gujarat. And this project will increase freight volumes by up to 90% in states that are part of this corridor. The Trilateral Highway is an international project which will connect Manipur to Thailand via Myanmar and will help in establishing trilateral connectivity between India, Myanmar, and Thailand. Kaladan Multimodal Transit Transport Project is yet another important ongoing international project jointly identified by India and Myanmar for creating a multimodal transportation project that will provide an alternative route for transportation of goods to Northeast India through Myanmar. The government of India has been taking various steps to ensure completion of these projects at the earliest, such as streamlined land acquisition, revamped disputes resolution mechanism, close coordination with other ministries and state governments. The state governments will have to play a very critical role in this. More active participation of state governments in the central projects is a must for timely completion of the projects. The Prime Minister, in fact, has been regularly reviewing these projects in the Pragati meeting. Railway connectivity in Northeast has progressed well, with the Eastern region witnessing completion of railway projects with an overall length of 590 kilometers since 2015. Capitals of Northeastern states are getting connected by rail with the rest of India. Agartala and Silchar are now having broad gauge railway lines and are connected with other parts of India. Indian Railways has also started train services between the Dharmanagar, Agartala, and Sabroom in Tripura. The railway line will reach Imphal by early next year. Electrification of railway tracks and introduction of high-speed trains are the next step forward. Drastic reforms are must in Northeast Frontier Railway and the custodian of railways in the Northeast. Railway connectivity with Bangladesh will be a game changer. Our views is that it's a major thing that improving connectivity through road, rail, and air is critical. Strengthening air connectivity in the Northeastern region scheme is also being considered under UDAN scheme. The scheme intends to develop 18 airports and operationalize 115 routes by the year 2024. Besides, there is a need to explore the ways and means to deal with expediting construction by way of technology. Out-of-box solutions, making a paradigm shift in technology, and along with community involvement in project implementation will be the game changer for expediting the construction challenges. The states on their part need to focus and improve ease of doing business. In order to promote private investment in this region, it is vital to provide an enabling environment. Therefore, reforms in terms of paperless trade, interoperability of single window clearance are some of the essential steps that the states need to take up immediately. The states must fast track the completion of the ongoing rail, road, inland, water transport and aviation projects with adequate storage facilities, testing labs and parallel works towards bringing synergy in trade procedures with the neighboring countries such as Bangladesh, Myanmar. I firmly believe that improved connectivity and resilient and sustainable infrastructure will unlock the tremendous potential for growth and development of East and Northeast India. The region, empowered with such an infrastructure, can become the powerhouse of trade and investment, driving the growth of Indian economy. We must all work together in mission mode to ensure that we make this possible. I exhort the state governments and the private sector in this region to come forth with innovative and sustainable solutions to the potential challenges in achieving this goal. On behalf of the Government of India and the NITI Aayog, I assure all the stakeholders of our fullest cooperation at every step of this journey. We are here to work as a partner with all of you and assist and support you, particularly the private sector, in taking this region on a fast track route. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
So thank you, Mr. Kant, for this extremely powerful address and letting us know about all the development activities in the East. As we know, India is projecting to go into a $5 trillion economy by 2025, and the East, we feel, has to significantly catch up here, as you mentioned, and reach up to $1 trillion by that time to make a sort of a valuable contribution. CII East will be happy to actually formulate a joint working group with you, that is with NITI Aayog, the partner states and the partner countries which are participating with us here today, and with the Ministry of Development of Northeastern Region and the Ministry of Finance to drive faster growth in the region. So I hope we can work together, and thank you very much for being with us today.
Sure,
thank you.
It will be a pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So this brings us to our next segment, that is international cooperation through bilateral linkages for investment opportunities in the East and Northeast. May I now call upon ambassadors and high commissioners to the session on international cooperation through bilateral linkages for investment opportunities in the East and Northeast. Japan, with its technology and infrastructure investments, is an integral part of India's Act East policy, which is linked well with Japan's free and open India-Pacific vision. May I now call upon His Excellency Mr. Satoshi Suzuki, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, Embassy of Japan, India, to give his address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dewan. Mr. Gangapuram Kishan Reddy, Honorable Minister of Development of Northeastern Region, Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO NITI Aayog, Mr. Vijay Dewan, Chairman of CII Eastern Region, my colleague ambassadors and high commissioners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and good afternoon. It's my great honor to join you today to share some of my view with you at this East India Summit. First of all, let me express my sincere gratitude to CII for the excellent cooperation and extraordinary dedication towards strengthening Japan-India economic ties. I understand that this summit will discuss a sustainable infrastructure roadmap with a focus on development in critical infrastructure. I'm confident that the upcoming discussions will provide us with an excellent opportunity to explore ways to enhance the global partnership for the development in the East and Northeastern regions. There is no doubt that these regions have already attained importance in many ways for India and its global partners, including Japan, as they are the gateway between ASEAN and South Asia. I believe enhanced connectivity is the key for further growth and stability in the regions. I'd like to briefly describe why Japan has been actively engaged in the evolution of the infrastructure investment landscape in these regions. The East and Northeast are full of potential, not only for their own or India's further development, but also for the stability and prosperity of the wider region. That is why Japan has been a reliable partner with these regions. The Eastern and Northeastern regions are located at a strategically and economically critical juncture on the border of Southeast Asia, as well as at the center of BIMSTEC countries. Let me touch upon the Northeast first. Japan and India have placed particular importance to our cooperation there. It has been clearly and repeatedly stated in the joint statements issued at our Leaders Summit meetings since 2014. In September 2014, when Prime Minister Modi visited Japan and had a meeting with then Prime Minister Abe, both leaders put a special emphasis on Japan's cooperation for enhanced connectivity and development in the Northeast. Two leaders share the view that linking the region to other economic corridors in India and Southeast Asia would catalyze economic and social development and increase prosperity. Indeed, the Northeast is where Japan's free and open Indo-Pacific vision and India's Act East policy converge. In February this year, I had a privilege of visiting the state of Assam together with External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar. He stated at the seminar, historically, India was a great country only when Eastern India was prosperous and secure. I fully agree with him. When we look closely at the map of the Northeast, it is not hard to understand that shortage of transport infrastructure has limited its access to the markets of neighboring Myanmar and Bangladesh. Without better connectivity, the region cannot make full use of its potential. Therefore, it is both natural and necessary for India to enhance connectivity in the Northeast and on its eastern border. The future of India lies in that direction. The link to the East, from Bangladesh to ASEAN and further to the Pacific, is the source for further growth of India and its Northeast. From this perspective, Japan has extended ODA loan amounting to approximately $1.5 billion in total to the project for Northeast road network connectivity improvement in order to upgrade the national highways in the region and make them disaster resilient. Japan is also implementing technical assistance project to share our own experience in constructing highways in mountainous areas. Our national highway projects, either in Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Tripura, will be extended to the border of Bangladesh. Also, Japan and India have been working together on road connection improvement projects within Bangladesh. With these road network projects, the Northeast will find outlets to the Bay of Bengal, the Indian Ocean, and to ASEAN via ports in Chittagong or Matabali. For example, the Brahmaputra River in Assam is an important inland waterway, but at the same time, This enormous river has forced people to make a long detour to cross it. However, Japan's assistance in the construction of Duburi-Pearl Valley Bridge will completely change the lives of the people of the Northeast. This is going to be the longest river bridge in India, and it is expected to cut short the travel time across the river from more than 8 hours to less than 30 minutes. Furthermore, the bridge will create a corridor stretching from Bhutan through Assam, Meghalaya to Bangladesh. This is the power of connectivity. Japan annually holds a forum with the Indian central government dedicated for the development of the Northeast. What we call Act East Forum embodies our commitment to the development of Northeast. At the end of January this year, I co-chaired the fifth round of the meeting of this forum, together with the Foreign Secretary, Mr. Schuringer, and had fruitful discussions that provided orientation for our collaboration and consolidated overall roadmap for infrastructure development in this region for more business and investment from outside. Now, let me turn to our connectivity initiatives in the eastern part of India. For example, in the urban area of Kolkata, Japan is supporting the construction of the metro that extends to 16 kilometers in length. By accommodating the increasing demand for transport, the project is expected to reduce traffic congestion as well as air pollution from motor vehicles, thus contributing to the development of more sustainable and greener infrastructure. Sustainability requires innovation. 3 young Japanese entrepreneurs of Terra Motors India, one of the startup companies in Kolkata, are assembling e-rickshaws, which are providing eco-friendly mobility to the people of the Northeast. This is a good example of local contribution to the global effort for carbon neutral society. I hope the expansion of such business and new startups will bring about further innovative solutions. Next year, India will celebrate the 75th anniversary of its independence. We will also march into 70th anniversary of Japan-India diplomatic relationship. I do hope this special year 2022 will provide us with a renewed opportunity to unleash the potential for the regional connectivity and the development in the East and Northeast, which will continue to be a key driver for our strong partnership in the years to come. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Your Excellency, for this address. Thank you very much. We have noted that Japan is investing in a significant manner in the Northeast, but we would like to see, as you mentioned about Kolkata Metro, that more investments and more companies of Japan come into the Eastern region as well. And our Eastern region, as you know, comprises of West Bengal, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Bihar, and Orissa. So there is a lot of investment taking place from Japan, definitely into the Northeast, but we would be happy if more investments and more Japanese companies actually come into the Eastern region as a whole. We'll work with you on this together, and we'll work with JICA, we'll work with JETRO, and see that the relationship becomes stronger. Thank you very much, sir. With this, we move on to our next speaker, who unfortunately is not with us, but we have a recorded message from the next speaker, that is His Excellency Mr. Emmanuel Lenan, the Ambassador of France to India. France has expressed the desire, as you know, to explore opportunities of collaboration in tourism, and in other potential sectors in the northeastern region as well as Jammu and Kashmir. And I would now request the Secretariat to play the address of Mr. Lenan.
Dear friends from CII, I'm delighted to be with you today for this East India Summit. As you know, the relations between France and India are thriving, and especially through for business. There's a great flow of business and of investment both ways. I mean, in India, French companies do employ more than 350,000 Indians, and it's developing very fast. In the other way, I mean, we have a lot of companies from India now choosing France, and they are very much welcome. We have in this region, from this region of West Bengal, we have such great companies as Electro Steel, now in Arles, or WPIL, now in Mulhouse, and many more are welcome. And we have a very diversified relations. I mean, obviously aeronautics is very strong. Everything pertaining to sustainable cities, smart cities is all very strong, but we have a lot more to do in innovation, in food, agro-business, and in many other areas. And I'm sure that this sort of conclave will get new ideas, new impetus to these projects, and I'm really happy to take part to it, and with our team from our General Consulate in Calcutta, from Business France, which is a government agency which is there to help you grow your business with France, and with all the French team in India. Well, that being said, I'm very impatient to see all of you when I come to Calcutta, or to see all of you when you come to Delhi, and be assured that we will be there to support your business, to help you really make better use of your connection with France. Thank you very much.
So I hope all of you got the French perspective in terms of development activities in the East as well as in the Northeast. Our next speaker is also coming to us on a recorded message. This is His Excellency Mr. Alex Ellis, British High Commissioner of India in the British High Commission in India. And India was UK's 15th largest trading partner. India's export to UK stood at 11.6 billion pounds. And foreign direct investment from UK actually stood at 15 billion pounds in 2019. There are opportunities with UK in power generators, in telecommunications, technology transfer, alternative sources of energy, and sustainable management. With these words, I would request the Secretariat to play the message from His Excellency Mr. Alex Ellis, British High Commissioner to India.
Hello, I'm absolutely delighted to be speaking at the CII's event on infrastructure and the East of India, and I'm extremely sorry that I can't be doing it in person, but I'm actually in Kolkata as I speak, visiting the East of India, so it's a great pleasure to be here as well. You're talking about infrastructure, and I think that's going to be one of the great challenges for India, indeed for much of the world, for the next generation, is how to build sustainable infrastructure. We've seen the twin challenges. The challenge of climate change to be addressed at the UN summit hosted in Glasgow at the beginning of November. The latest report from the UN report from international experts tells the story of the risks we are running if we don't set the world on the path to limit growth in temperatures by 1.5 degrees. It also shows that South Asia is going to be one of the most affected, is already, and is going to be even more one of the most affected regions of the world. And I'm sitting here in Kolkata, one of the cities which is going to be most affected by climate change. Less rainfall, but more intense rainfall, greater risks of cyclones, sea levels rising. This is a big challenge. And the second challenge then is development. and a tremendous hunger for human development in India and across the world. And how do we bring those two challenges together so we can actually make development work in a sustainable way for each one of us? I look at what India is doing, and it has been hugely ambitious plans. I think the infrastructure ambitions for this government, and I'm sure for future governments, are enormous across the east of India, whether that's in road, rail, ships and so forth. There's an enormous demand. The truth is, though, the decisions that are taken now are going to have generational effects, because once you build infrastructure, it's going to last you for a very long time, or you hope that it will. So we have to get that right now in a way which is going to stimulate growth and stimulate development in a way which is sustainable. Now, the UK is doing a lot itself. Back home, we have a new infrastructure plan. We also have very ambitious climate change commitments to reduce our emissions, which are already down by about 40% of what they were in 1990. We're going to reduce them to, I think, 73% by 2035. That's very ambitious. India is also on a path to sustainability. Look at what it's doing on renewable energy, for example. Look at the ambition which Prime Minister Modi announced from the ramparts of the Red Fort in relation to hydrogen. So both countries and both governments are extremely ambitious. And it was therefore not surprising this was one of the issues which Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Johnson agreed would be part of the roadmap which they determined back in May of this year when they met virtually. And what can we do together? Well, we can share knowledge together, research, including on some of the big challenges like green hydrogen, for example. We can share finance. The UK is one of the world's centres for international finance, and especially for international green finance. And Indian companies have already been raising quite a lot of money in the UK for green finance. Our companies can work more together. I think you've got some speakers later on from the airport sector, from Crossrail, from the rail sector. British companies have a lot of expertise now on how to create sustainable infrastructure which is going to last for the next generation, deliver the more sustainable planet. Governments can cooperate together in setting some of the rules around infrastructure, and also in how we work together in other parts of the world. For example, we are the co-chairs of the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, advising small island states, for example, which are most affected by climate change. So there's money, there's private sector, there's public sector cooperation, there's research. But what I think we know is we don't really have a choice. We have to address the infrastructure needs of our countries in a more sustainable way. Back in 2008, after the last really big shock, some people came back and said, yeah, can we really afford this green stuff? After the big shock of COVID this time, no one is saying that. And that's a challenge for the UK, it's a challenge for India. It is, to be fair, a challenge for all the other countries speaking today. This is a global challenge which we have to face together. And we should take some inspiration from the way that we have dealt with the pandemic over the last 18 months. Remarkable development of knowledge, research, then commercialized and shared widely across populations. If we can do it for that, if we can do it for COVID, then we must surely be able to do it for infrastructure. Thank you very much.
So with this, we move on to our next speaker, and our next point on the agenda is that we have Australia with us. And India is currently Australia's sixth largest trading partner. The elevation of Australia-India relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership includes a commitment to encourage expanded trade and investment flows to the benefit of both the economies. We would now tune in to His Excellency, Honorable Mr. Barry O'Farrell, High Commissioner of Australia to India, for his address. Over to you, sir.
Namaste to all, and can I acknowledge all of the distinguished guests led by Shri Kishan Reddy, the Honourable Minister for Development of North Eastern Region, and of course my diplomatic colleagues and all those others online. Today's focus on Eastern India is welcome in light of the many opportunities in the region for Australian and Indian companies to work together on the infrastructure space. As a former politician and not a trained diplomat, I appreciate the significance of infrastructure to people's lives and the importance of government continued focus on attracting the finance and the companies to deliver the infrastructure pipelines that modern governments at both the state and centre level seek to put together. Australia, as you are no doubt aware, took India's Act East policy to heart by establishing a Consulate General in Calcutta. In fact, this was a recommendation of the India-Australia strategy, the Australian government's 2018 blueprint for strengthening our bilateral economic ties with India. The strategy set the goal of bringing India into our top 3 export markets by 2035. As I mentioned, it also recommended increasing Australia's diplomatic footprint in India, and we opened our formal offices in Calcutta last year, 2 weeks before lockdown. Establishing the consulate amplified our reach into the 13 states of the East and Northeast, helping Consul General Rowan Ainsworth and her team promote and build business linkages. Opening the post was also a sign of the Australian government's commitment to creating a partnership which is deep, vibrant and prosperous in your region. Indeed, Australia's bilateral relationship more broadly with India has never been stronger. As you've said, the relationship was established to a comprehensive strategic partnership, further evidence of the deep levels of trust Australia and India enjoy. And the strength of those ties is also evident through our political engagements. 2 weeks ago, Australia's Foreign and Defence Ministers travelled to Delhi for our first ever India-Australia 2+2 meeting. Last week, our Prime Ministers again met bilaterally and at the first ever face-to-face Quad Summit whilst they were both in Washington. This Thursday, I'll be welcoming our Trade Minister, Dan Tehan, back to India. When Prime Ministers met last year, as you said, they agreed to promote further economic and trade between both countries, but also to strengthen our economic relationship through a free trade agreement. Now more than ever, it's important to boost economic growth, recover from economic downturns, and bolster our supply chain resilience in ways that benefit both of our economies. Minister Tehan and Commerce Minister Goyal will hold the 17th Australian India Ministerial Commission and also meet to progress the free trade agreement and discuss how it can further realise the economic potential of our relationship. In conjunction with Minister Tehan's visit, our commercial arm, Austrade, will host a virtual business summit as part of the Australia-India Business Exchange Program, aimed at increasing two-way trade and investment partnerships and commercial outcomes. So what does the India-Australia bilateral trading relationship look like? In 2020, two-way trade was valued at around $25 billion and our two-way investment partnership stood at $36 billion. Australia is keen to see this further increase and believes that with our complementary economies, doing so will support and benefit economic growth of both countries. Simply put, Australia can supply many of the inputs needed to fuel India's ambitious industrial growth missions, including its massive infrastructure program. A prime example are the ambitions set for India's electric vehicle sector. Eastern India is material rich and can supply many of the critical minerals and rare earths needed for the manufacturing of energy storage systems, but not all of them. To fill these gaps, Australia offers deposits of critical minerals not found in India, such as lithium and cobalt, essential for lithium-ion batteries. Next Tuesday, this conference will feature on an Australian session focusing on future mobility, which I'm sure will further detail opportunities in these and other fields. And I hope many of you are able to participate. Importantly, Australia also has world-class services and technological capabilities that can equally complement India's requirements across a range of infrastructure and connectivity projects. We've already seen a number of successful ventures across road, rail, construction and water infrastructure. Australian entities like Macquarie, SMEC, Vic Roads, Monash and the University of New South Wales have found success in the road sector, in infrastructure financing, consulting services, road safety and intelligent transport systems, technology and capacity building. The Australia-India Water Security Initiative delivers on our commitment to strengthen water security operations as India seeks to upgrade dams, aquifers, rivers and canal systems. Several Australian companies have partnered with Indian companies, including Rubicon Water, which has invested substantially and is providing services that improve water efficiency for agricultural regions depending on water canals. I'm also pleased to say that it was an Australian architectural firm, Populous, which designed the iconic Modi Stadium in Gujarat, where I look forward next year to watching an Australia-India test match. And Australian pension funds are some of the largest in Asia and are also increasing their interest in opportunities arising in India from the union and state government's significant infrastructure plans referred to by Amitabh Kant. In my country, across India, these funds are looking for investments like roads, like airports, like those other longer-term investments that provide their members with security of return. Consul General Ainsworth and I are keen to see these types of successes replicated here in the Eastern region, and I look forward to seeing some of them firsthand when I visit later this year. Earlier, I mentioned our 2018 Indian Economic Strategy, which mapped out a pathway to greater integration of our economies to 2035. However, a lot's changed since it was released, not the least COVID, but also many policy changes in both our countries and the broader geopolitical context and the neighbourhood in which we live. To take account of these changes, Australia is currently refreshing its strategy to focus on the more immediate future, take account of the changed environment, and to explore and identify the new opportunities created. The dynamic changes to the business environment in India will certainly feature, along with the significant economic reforms unveiled by the Modi government over the past year and a half. There is enormous government and private sector momentum behind increasing the share of renewables in India's energy mix, as well as developing domestic manufacturing of renewable-related components. Prime Minister Modi's announcement of 450 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030, while ambitious, is being echoed by major investments by companies such as Adani, Tata and Reliance. Australia also looks forward to working with India on a low emissions technology partnership, as discussed earlier between our Prime Ministers, early in the week by our Prime Ministers in Washington. India's plans to open up sectors to for private sector investment, including the mining sector, and as I've said, its $2.1 trillion 5-year investment infrastructure strategy are also signals to investors in Australia and around the world. In passing, I note that one of the outcomes of last weekend's historic Quad Leaders meeting was the establishment of a Quad Infrastructure Coordination Group to amplify the current infrastructure spending of Quad partners like Australia and Japan, and to encourage greater private sector investment across the region. All these initiatives are creating opportunities to bring Indian and Australian expertise together to underpin the economic growth for both our countries for the benefit of our citizens. Across all this economic activity, Australia is keen to engage with Eastern India to build better infrastructure, to improve connectivity, to improve and increase investment, to forge closer links, and to realise the many shared opportunities ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We are very happy to know that you would be visiting the Eastern region in the later half of this year. And I hope that we are able to meet you and you're able to interact with the Eastern Region Council of CII in a formal physical meeting. So we invite you to the East India as well as to address the Eastern Region Council meeting. CII East would also, you mentioned about the new business summit. CII East will be happy to participate with you in the upcoming business summit. And we are very happy to see that, that the trade between the two countries has reached a level of $36 billion, and Australia is looking at the East for its infrastructure development. The Australian companies are looking at the East more seriously. So we are very happy with that. And thank you for being with us today. And we look forward to your visit and meeting you at our council meeting. Thank you very much, sir. May I now call upon Ms. Eileen Nandi, Minister Counselor, Commercial Affairs at the U.S. Commercial Service, Embassy of the United States of America in India, whom I would request to please give her views on the United States' plans to leverage the East and Northeast in India. Over to you, Ms. Nandi.
Thank you. Namaskar. Purbo Bharat niye banajik aloshona shobe amake amontron korajono. Amitu Banglajani, Donyavad. I'd like to congratulate Mr. Vijay Devan and his East India team on this Sustainable Infrastructure Conclave. I'm back here in my old office in Kolkata, where I spent some of the best years of my life, personally and professionally. And I look forward to any excuse to bring me back here to East India. I think many of you know my colleague, Mr. Arup Mitra, who is the director of our office. And we have a very active team here in East India to support you all. Prime Minister Modi was just in the United States. I think most of you saw the coverage of the very successful visit. And it really represents the deepening of the very deep ties that our two countries enjoy. Our special envoy for environment, John Kerry, came to town last week or the week before. That was his second visit since April. We've also had 2 visits from our Secretary of Defense. Secretary Blinken was here. Next week, we're expecting our Deputy Secretary of State. My boss, Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, has had numerous calls with Minister Goyal and other counterparts. This reflects the type of cooperation we see with our most strategic and strongest of partners. It's a big change from what I've seen when I first came to India, when I was back in Kolkata in 2006. And it's very heartwarming to see our two countries coming closer, very close together. Our people-to-people ties are very strong. We have over 4 million Indian Americans in the United States, many of whom have reached the upper echelons of business, academia, medical profession, and are true leaders in our country. My consular colleagues have worked very hard to process visas over the summer, and there's over 55,000 visas that were processed of Indian students studying in the United States. So our ties are very, very strong. In terms of trade, our bilateral trade in 2019 exceeded $145 billion in goods and services. And that sounds great, and it is. When I was in India in 2006, it was something like $26 billion. So it's a big jump. However, given the size of our economies, given the strong people-to-people ties that I just mentioned, we have potential to do so much more. And we look forward to working with you all to develop that. In East India, and as I mentioned, I had a very fond spot in my heart. We have a number of US companies who are very active here. Of course, PepsiCo and the Chatterjee Group are some of the biggest companies, but we also have the Haldia Petrochemicals, part of the Chatterjee Group, is one of the largest manufacturers of polyethylene. Walmart, which owns Flipkart, is working with over 10,000 East India vendors to add more products to the platform. Wabtec, which has diesel and electric locomotives in Bihar. That's one of the first Make in India successes that under the previous aegis of GE. Cummins and Timken have large manufacturing units in Jharkhand, and SC Johnson manufactures a number of consumer products in Assam. So we have a very wide range of US companies operating here successfully. Of course, we'd like to see more. And during my time here, one thing I really impressed upon the US business community was the warm reception that they would receive when they would come here. So we look forward to developing that more. Also, we look forward to working with many of your companies on our Select USA program, helping US companies invest in the United States. One thing that the pandemic has showed all of us is that the supply chain is critical, and being near your customers is critical. So just as US companies are coming here to be close to their end users and customers, we would love to work with all of you if you're looking at establishing small operations, sales offices, whatever you need in the United States. So please let Arup and my team know. So yes, I think many of my colleagues have repeated some of my messages that the climate change is a big issue. It's a key factor that we are working on with the government of India. And thank you so much for having me here, and we look forward to developing more partnerships with you all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nambi. So at our own level, at CII East, we are interacting very closely with the consulate here in Calcutta. We have had an interactive session with the Consul General, Ms. Melinda Pevek, very recently, and we look forward to more such interactions. We also look forward to more investment of US companies into the East as well as into the Northeast, and we look forward to working closely with you. Thank you very much. May I now call upon Mr. Tawfiq Hassan, Deputy High Commission of Bangladesh in Calcutta, to address the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's guest of honor, Honorable Minister of Development of Northeastern Region, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. It is a great pleasure for me to join you all at this inaugural session of the East India Summit today. My sincere thanks to CII for arranging this important event and for their kind invitation to take part in it. Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Bangladesh has done wonders during recent years since her assumption of power in 2009. Bangladesh has seen a steadily upward run in almost every sector of governance, economy, politics, and social advancement. Today, Bangladesh is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, with a steady growth rate of above 6% for more than a decade. It is a great advantage for us that our biggest neighbor, India, is fast emerging as a global power with strong economic growth coupled with scientific and technological advancement, which offers enormous opportunities for Bangladesh. To reap the most of these opportunities, we need to combine our synergies, particularly in the areas of trade and commerce, energy and connectivity, which will bring mutual benefits for both the countries. We are happy that the trade and commerce between our two countries are increasing. Bangladesh has offered 3 special economic zones for Indian investors in Mongla, Bheramara, and Mirsharai. Indian investors should take advantage of our competent labor cost and closer proximity to Northeast markets. To this end, several Indian mega companies like Hero Motor Corporation, Tata Motors, Marico, Imami, Dabur, Asian Paints, and Godrej have set up such projects in Bangladesh. We may also delve into joint venture partnership in important areas such as agro-processing, automobiles, ceramics, ICT, pharmaceuticals, tourism, textile, hospital, and medical equipment. Connectivity offers a game-changing opportunity for India and Bangladesh, which would bring about unprecedented benefit for us. Out of 24 land ports, currently 12 land customs stations, including 2 integrated checkposts on the India-Bangladesh border, are functional, through which movement of cargo by road takes place. Inland waterways between India and Bangladesh can also be used for movement of cargo. This is facilitated under the Protocol on Inland Waterways Trade and Transit, PIWTT, which allows movement of goods over barges or vessels through the river systems of Bangladesh on 8 specific routes. The PIWTT also allows for transshipment of goods to India's northeastern routes through the Ashuganj River Port in Bangladesh, and from there to Akhaura Agartala by road. The first transshipment under this arrangement commenced in June 2016. On the other hand, Bus services on Agartala-Dhaka, Kolkata-Agartala, and Guwahati-Shillong-Dhaka routes were operational before the pandemic period. The pre-1965 railway links between the two countries are also being revived. 4 of the erstwhile 6 rail links are already operational. The remaining 2 links are also under consideration for revival. A new rail link between Akhaura and Agartala is being developed to connect Tripura and Bangladesh. Chilahati-Holdibari rail link was re-established on 27th of March this year, paving the way of greater connectivity with Nepal and Bhutan. We are hopeful this Mithali Express can start carrying passengers between Jalpaiguri and Dhaka once the COVID situation improves. Moreover, this route can facilitate both-way traffic to and from our Mongla port. A new bridge called Moitri Setu on Feni River was inaugurated on 9th March this year, connecting Bangladesh with Tripura, which will now become the gateway of Northeast with access to our Chittagong port, which is just 80 kilometers from Sabroom. India and Bangladesh are signatories to the BBIN Motor Vehicle Agreement, under which the trial run of a cargo truck between Dhaka and Delhi was completed successfully. A trial run for passenger service on the Dhaka-Shiliguri Nepal route was also conducted. The two countries also have an MOU to run cruise and passenger services on routes covered under the Protocol on Inland Water Trade and Transit and the Coastal Shipping Agreement. Cruise operators from both countries are in the process of launching services under this framework. Thus, Bangladesh-India bilateral ties can act as a catalyst for strengthening regional and sub-regional cooperation and integration like BBIN, BIMSTEC, and ASEAN. I'll conclude by highlighting that this year we are celebrating the 50 years anniversary of the diplomatic relations between Bangladesh and India. Therefore, we should heavily explore all the opportunities and possibilities available in this long-standing friendly bilateral relationship for our own national interest as well as for the region as a whole. With this, I would like to conclude here. I wish the East India Summit 2021 a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It has been a very informative address. We have been able to gain in terms of what's happening in terms of connectivity, whether it is through airports or whether it is through inland waterways or through railways and roads. So very informative address. We also are able to see that there's a lot of cooperation happening between India and Bangladesh, and it's moving from strength to strength. We would also like to see, more interaction of CII with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Bangladesh, maybe more frequent exchanges that we believe is going to further strengthen ties between India and Bangladesh. We will request you to, facilitate that for us so that we can have more such interaction with the Chambers of Commerce in Bangladesh. But thank you so much for this very informative address. Thank you very much, sir. So with this, our next speaker is the Consul General of Nepal, Mr. Ishwar Pondel, but unfortunately he's unwell, so he would not be with us for this session. Before the arrival of the minister, I will open the forum for some question and answers with the speakers and with the delegates present here. Over to you, Shaikat, to manage that.
Thank you, Mr. Dewan. Just to take forward what His Excellencies had said, and for the audience who are listening in, we have very strong country sessions, 5 country sessions over the next 4 days. So, and what was addressed by His Excellency Mr. O'Farrell, Excellency Hassan, and others, the main source of knowledge sharing would be on the scope of inward and outward investments, port, inland waterways, and connectivity. The sessions, if I may just take that 2 minutes, on the 29th, which is tomorrow, we have the country session led by Bangladesh, which would be on with a special focus on port, inland waterways, and experience sharing by key businesses. In the same day, we have the UK session, where we are going to be discussing on the green construction and sustainable infrastructure financing. We'd also discuss on the products and services of UK for export and financing, and financing for disaster resilience, which in the present world seems to be a very apt way forward in terms of knowledge sharing. On the 5th, we have a special session with the Republic of Korea, and the main focus of the discussion would be on the scope of inward and outward investments between India and Korea as business partners. On the 7th, we have 2 sessions, one by Germany, which will be on bilateral cooperation in future mobility and technology, and a session by the United States on inward and outward investments, again, special focus on port, inland waterways, and technology. The minister, Mr. Reddy, has already logged in, but if I can request any of our key speakers for any questions. Chairman, with your permission, if I can request Mr. Shiv Siddhant Kaul, if there are any questions for any of our dignitaries on. Mr. Shiv Siddhant Kaul and Mr. Sandeep Kumar are the CII leads for the investment and infrastructure for the Eastern region. So, Mr. Kaul, very briefly, if you have any questions to raise, please.
I was very happy to hear from His Excellency, the Deputy High Commissioner from Bangladesh, about the gradual resumption of the old railway links between Bangladesh and Calcutta. As we all know, one of the big impediments to cross-border trade is the crowding up of the road border crossings between India and Bangladesh. Excellency, what can the trade agencies such as CII do to expedite resumption of transport of goods over rail? It may be easier to do that if the road protocols are in place, as you mentioned also, but the rail will allow a lot cheaper and quicker transport, and perhaps some of the border bottlenecks can be avoided. I was wondering if you could just comment on that.
Yeah, thank you very much for your comments. Actually, it's true that railway is playing a very vital role for spreading our business ties. And that's why we are trying to revive all those pre-1965 railway links. And I am confident and hopeful that by the end of this year, when the COVID situation will improve, we'll be able to get the full advantage of this railway link. Right now, like CII can help in one thing, like India is now exporting to Bangladesh by the railway sector, especially through the Benapole-Petrapole border. So this is happening one-way traffic, like it's only going to the Bangladesh side and return empty. So it would be better if they can also bring some Bangladeshi products in the return trip, then it will help our exports in this sector. So far I know one of the companies, Pran RFL Group, they are interested to send their products through this train. So we are trying to get this help from the Indian side. So maybe CII also can play an important role in this sector. Thank you.
Thank you, X.
Chairman, Honorable Minister has joined. If you can just proceed, please.
Yeah, thank you. That brings us to our next segment, special address by the guest of honor. And may I take this opportunity to invite Shri G. Krishna Reddy, Honorable Minister of Development of Northeastern Region and Minister of Tourism and Culture, to address the House. Over to you, sir. You're on mute, sir. Sir, you are on mute.
Okay.
Right.
I'm ready.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, friends from across the world. Vijay Dhawanji is there? Vijay, okay, thank you. Respected Vijay Dhawanji, Chairman, CII Eastern Region and Managing Director of the Park Hotels Limited, and Amitabh ji hai? Amitabh ji hai?
मंत्री जी आफ्टर एड्रेस के बाद उन्होंने कोई मीटिंग में चले गए.
Good afternoon, friends from across the world. It is my pleasure to address the inaugural session of the first ever East India Summit 2021. I am glad this is being organized by the Confederation of Indian Industry. The Confederation of Indian Industry theme for 2021-22 is a Building India for a New World. This will be bringing together the ecosystem of government, private sector, and development sector organizations. Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, has given a call transforming the Northeast. In his address to the Northeastern Council, he said, "It is my conviction to bring the Northeastern at a par with the other developed regions of the country." Taking this vision forward, government has constantly increased the budgetary allocation for Northeast. In the budget of 21-22, the budget allocation is the Northeastern states is 68,020 crores and increased from the last year we compared. Last year we allocated only 60,112 crores. In the last 7 years, you take it 2014 to 2015 budget, 7 years ago, the budget allocation was rupees 36,000 crores. Now that will this year 68,000 crores. We have almost doubled the budget in the last 7 years. This showing our commitment to the Northeast region's development. The Northeast region is our gateway to the east of envisioned in the Government Act East policy. There are many opportunities in the Northeast. Imports, railways, aviation, and food processing, infrastructure, and future mobility. Friends, our government of India through the National Infrastructure Pipeline NIP envisions transforming India into $5 trillion economy by 2025. To achieve this target, our country needs to spend $1.5 trillion over the next 5 years on infrastructure, monetization, existing operating public infrastructure assets is very important financing option, especially for new infrastructure constructions. Our government has identified rupees 6 lakh crores monetization potential through core assets of the central government over a 4 years period from financial year 2022 to financial year 2025. I am happy to share that several infrastructural projects are ongoing within the Northeast region. One such project is the Agartala-Akora rail link, which will connect India with Bangladesh by rail. Bangladesh High Commissioner also is here, he will be happy. The total cost of the Agartala-Akora rail link is 972 crores, out of which Ministry of Donor funding the Indian portion, my ministry. The Ministry of External Affairs is funding the Bangladesh land portion. As a part of the capital rail connectivity, state capital rail connectivity projects, cities of 3 northeast states of Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, and Tripura are already connected with the main India railways, and works are progress on the remaining 5 states. The following 5 are in progress, that is Nagaland state, Dimapur to Jubja of a length of 82.5 kilometers, Mizoram state, Bairabi to Sairan of a length of 51.38 kilometers, Manipur state, Jirabang to Imphal of a length of 110 kilometers, Sikkim, Sibok to Rangpo of a length of 44 kilometers, Meghalaya, Barnihat to Shillong of a length of 08 kilometers. As a part of air connectivity also, 2 major capital greenfield air connectivity projects are being undertaken by Northeast region. They are capital air connectivity, Holongi to Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh, sanctioned with the cost of 956 crores. Capital air connectivity, Pakyang Airport, Sikkim, sanctioned with the cost of 554 crores. I would also like to take this opportunity to inform all the investors, friends, well-wishers, and organizations on the agriculture push that the government is giving to the Northeast region. This has great investment potential in food processing, in all the agriculture sector. You know, this Nagaland pineapple agriculture sector, Arunachal Pradesh mirchi, Meghalaya haldi, Tripura ka apple. Is this a international specialized agriculture products we can get in Northeast region? Mirchi, this Arunachal Pradesh mirchi or Meghalaya haldi, turmeric. This is one of the specialized products we can get in agriculture field. This has great investment potential. Recently, Government of India Cabinet approved the National Mission for Edible Oil for Oil Palm. The mission aims to increase palm oil cultivation from 3.5 lakh hectares to 10 lakh hectares in India. More than 50% of this will be contributed by Northeastern region. This will mean Northeastern states needed to increase cultivation from 40,000 hectares to almost to 3.4 lakh hectares. This means we want to increase cultivation of the oil palm in Northeast region 700% overall target. Recently, our Prime Minister approved the revival of dynamic organization. This Northeast Region Agricultural Marketing Corporation will see the infusion of rupees maximum we are given to this organization to revival this corporation. Even oil palm also. All over India, our government has targeted to incentive 100% buyback from farmers. That is 12,000 crores they allocated. In the 12,000 crores, 6,000 crores oil palm cultivation and encouragement. We are earmarked for the Northeast region. This is the Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Prime Minister, Government of India. We are how much importance we are giving to Northeast region, you can understand. These agriculture projects will not only need to core infra like rail, road and air, it will also need additional infrastructure such as a cold storages, warehouses and other infrastructure. I have been told that countries such as Australia, France, Japan and UK have agreed to country partners for the CII initiative. I would also like to invite to the multilateral agencies like Asian Development Bank, World Bank, etc. I would like to congratulate and wish the Confederation of Indian Industries, and you can also understand the road connectivity also. Road connectivity also, we are lot of activity we are doing. Even 7 years before or 8 years before, there is no proper roads. You want to reach one state to other state, capital in Northeast region, that will be 14 hours to 16 hours time. Now you can reach the national highways or par with other part of the country. The good national highways we are having in Northeast region. We are having all power generation activity also is going in Northeast region. I also requesting the CII take a lead role for investments for Northeast region. Government of India, next month, October 5th, we are also inviting the palm oil field for investment, palm oil processing units. All the chief ministers of 8 states and myself, and also my agriculture minister, my donor ministry officers, my agriculture ministry officers, we are coming to Guwahati to discuss with chief ministers, and we also call the investors meeting there. Number of investor organizations also coming, and some farmers also, progressive farmers from Andhra Pradesh, progressive farmers from Telangana in the oil farm field. They are doing well in their states. We call them, and also we are farmers from Northeast region. We are taking to large number of farmers to the Andhra to see how palm oil growth is there in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. We want to showcase the Andhra Pradesh agriculture activity, particularly palm oil field. All these activities we are doing in Northeast region. Friends, time constant, I already came late, and I don't want to take much time of your precious time. Friend, the Eastern India Industry Academy, rural enterprises and society as a whole to benefit through the 5 I's of growth. First I, image, innovation, infrastructure, investment, inclusiveness. I would like to congratulate and wish the Confederation of Indian Industry all the best for the future endeavors. Jai Hind, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sparing your valuable time and being with us. We are very happy to see that the budgetary allocation for the northeastern states has been increased from 60,000 crores to in excess of 68,000 crores. And we are also happy to see that there is lots happening in terms of connectivity through roads, railways, as well as airports. And also to note that you will be visiting the Northeast and you will be interacting with the industry in the Northeast. CII East and CII Northeast will be happy to work with you. It will also be happy to form a joint working group with your ministry and to partner with you to create success in the Northeast region. So thank you very much, sir, for being with us, and wish you all the success. Thank you very much, sir. So, Shaikat, where are we in terms of?
We are on schedule, Mr. Dewan. We are just waiting for Mr. Sanyal to join. Honorable Minister is possibly there with us for another 5 minutes. So
yeah,
if you want to ask a question to Honorable Minister, because it's very important that he's with us, and it will give us a huge way forward to get his direction.
Chaudhary ji, 3:30 Council of Ministers meeting.
Sir, absolutely. I was just asking for 2 minutes if you have time, otherwise we will come back to you.
Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Manत्री. Thank you. Namaskar. So we're just waiting for Mr. Sanyal to join, Chairman. So he's just spoke to his office. I think in another 2 minutes he'll be on.
Right.
We had just started a brief Q&A, and I think I had requested Mr. Kaul to ask a question. Mr. Paul, our Deputy Chairman, may I request you for a question to any of our consular and ambassadorial guests who are there, Mr. Paul?
Thank you, Sagat. I'm so grateful for all of them to have joined the East India Summit, CII Eastern Region, and happy to hear all their very valuable views. Just wanted to understand how would any of the gentlemen who are here could actually state any specific ideas with which they could help in the development of the Eastern region, be it infrastructure, be it agriculture, be it the services sector, or even the manufacturing sector. So if there are any specific ideas the gentlemen might have for the Eastern region, most welcome. Mr. Sanyal is here.
Okay, before the question is taken, let me, on behalf of CII, welcome Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal to the East India Summit. Mr. Sanyal is an Indian economist and author and is currently the principal economic advisor in the Ministry of Finance, Government of India. He was Deutsche Bank's global strategist and the managing director till 2015. He is also the author of several books, including The Indian Renaissance, India's Rise After 1,000 Years of Decline, Land of Seven Rivers, and many others. Mr. Sanyal is well known, as you know, for applying chaos theory and the complex adaptive systems framework to economic and urban issues. Mr. Sanyal was named the Young Global Leader for 2010 by the World Economic Forum in Davos, an honor given to only select individuals. He is the Rhodes Scholar and was also awarded the Eisenhower Fellowship in 2007 for his work on urban systems. The Singapore government honored him as a young leader in 2014 at the World Cities Summit held in June 2014. May I now request Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, Principal Economic Advisor in the Ministry of Finance, Government of India, to give his special address on infrastructure development in the East and Northeast. Over to you, sir. We can't hear you, sir. You are still on mute.
I guess things that we have muted.
Got done.
Yeah.
Okay. Unmuted. Because all the participants were muted centrally, so I couldn't unmute myself.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you very much for inviting me here to address you. Just so that I'm clear, how long would you like me to speak? And are you expecting some Q&A time? How would you like to do this?
No, this is an address for 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay.
It's an address. It's not generally based on Q&A.
Okay.
But yeah, if somebody has a specific question, they are most welcome to ask.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to speak to CII's Eastern Region Summit. As you have just said, I'll speak very briefly about our infrastructure plans and then about Eastern India. Now, as you may have gathered, the economic strategy that we have utilized over the last few years, but specifically during the COVID crisis, has been quite different than what many other countries in the world may have done, and what may have been maybe many experts in the world may have argued for, which is that there was, throughout this COVID period, a lot of people said that, we should go out there, pump up demand, maybe do large transfers and so on as a way to revive the economy. And as you may have noticed, we have not gone for this big bang approach. Instead, our approach largely has been a feedback loop, step by step. So a series of medium-sized packages modulated to whatever was the evolving situation. Now, the reason we went for this particular approach is that right from the beginning, we were of the opinion that this was not a sprint, but a marathon. And that's turned out to be the case. So, we went through the first lockdown, we came out of it. We actually saw our economy accelerate quite strongly between October and March. And then we had the second wave. And then we again went through a bit of a hurdle. And again, over the last 3 months, we can clearly see the economy reviving. Now, obviously, there is always a possibility of a third wave, irrespective of how well we do on vaccination. We should always keep an eye out for a possibility that a third wave may happen. Of course, we are putting in a lot of effort into the vaccination program in the hope that we can avoid it, or at least its intensity. But one thing that has come through all of this is that, one, we have emphasized heavily on the supply side. So India is quite unique in that we have gone for a fair amount of effort in deregulation and things like that throughout this process. So those of you who are in these sectors will know this, whether it's deregulating the drone sector or deregulating, factoring as a financing mode, or opening out cartography and geospatial sector, removing all kinds of outdated telecom regulations on the BPO and OSP sector, and so on and so forth. We have also put together, simplified labor laws. We've even done politically difficult reforms like farm laws. That may be an abeyance, but let me say that broadly we remain committed to, reforming agriculture, even if, some changes may have to be done at the edges. The fact is the broad thrust of it should be clear: privatization, monetization, and so on. So I think the thing that should be very clear is that India does not see the post-COVID world as a re-inflation of the pre-COVID world. We think that this new world will have its own supply chains, its own geopolitics, it will have its own technology, consumer behavior, and so on. And of course, emerging global trends will have a huge impact on us. So therefore, the most important thing here is to be flexible. And that is why we have emphasized so much on supply side structural reform, because we want an economy that can adjust to whatever it is that is the problems and opportunities of the new world. Now I'll come to what is more directly of interest to you. So what is the role of the state? You're deregulating, obviously, but what does the Indian state need to do, whether it's the state governments or the central government? Well, one important thing that we emphasize is that the Indian government will continue to play a big role in providing basic infrastructure. And so, if you will see that even though we have been quite careful about simply pressing the accelerator on expenditure and trying to revive the economy in the sort of way some of the other economies did, we have, on the other hand, retained a fair amount of fiscal and monetary space. In fact, given how well revenues are doing currently, we could perhaps press the accelerator somewhat stronger on expenditure to accelerate the economy. But be clear that the way we will spend will be through capital expenditure. And you saw that even in the October to March period, where we did ramp up expenditure, but again, it was through capital expenditure. And we want to do this again. We will ramp up capital expenditure to build infrastructure. Why do we want to do this? The reason we want to do this is, first of all, even with good revenues and so on, we will still be running deficits and running up debts. So you need to be clear that if you're running up debts, which future generations will have to repay, you want to leave assets behind for them. This is a very basic principle. Policymakers around the world are ignoring this. I think they are wrong. Because if you leave large amounts of debt behind, you have to make sure you're leaving behind large amounts of assets behind. Otherwise, any businessman, or you businessmen here, you know that if you create debts without assets backing them, particularly long-term assets, it's usually a bad idea. Second reason we want to do this is that India is one of those countries which is in fact underserved by infrastructure. This may not be any longer the case in most Western countries, maybe not even in places like China anymore. But India clearly is underserved with infrastructure, and there are high returns commercially as well as socially from doing this. So, for example, people may make the case that, why build world-class infrastructure in places like Bihar and UP and Northeast and so on. And one of the abiding things that pop up in the conversation very often, policy making, but even in public discourse, is that, this is a very expensive piece of infrastructure. It may be world-class, but why doesn't, India need to build such expensive infrastructure for a poor country? And the impression one gets is that somehow, because we are a poor country, we must aspire only to substandard infrastructure or some jugadu kind of infrastructure. This is completely wrong. It's not as if poor people do not know what to do with world-class infrastructure. The reason the rich are rich is because they have access to this world-class infrastructure. If you give the poor access to world-class infrastructure, they will also become rich. So the best solution for poverty and the best way of causing trickle down is to create access to good infrastructure in parts of the country which don't have good infrastructure. So this is the reason you have seen, for example, a huge amount of new infrastructure is getting built out, for example, in Eastern UP. It's getting built out in the Northeast and so on. And the idea here is very simple. You provide good quality infrastructure, and this includes, of course, some basic social infrastructure as well. So, toilets, medical insurance, water from a tap. This is also part of the infrastructure. But I think the main point I'm making here is that this is what we would like to invest in, rather than in simply doing, transfers in the hope of trying to revive the economy. In fact, even if you only wanted to revive the economy through spending, then capital expenditure is also the most efficient way of doing this, because there has very high multiplier effects because of the employment and the second order demand it creates and all kinds of different inputs. So from every perspective, creating an asset, creating demand through multiplier effects, jobs, and so on. And thirdly, in terms of allowing trickle down of economic activity in parts of the country that have historically been kind of left out, I think infrastructure spending is absolutely at the center of our economic strategy, both long-term as well as from coming out of this COVID period. Also remember that unlike many countries which have now expended huge amount of fiscal resources doing the alternative approach, we have retained enough fiscal space to be able to pump this if necessary. So if anything, we are doing well in revenue collections, well above what we have been, many people had forecasted. And we have the fiscal resources to do this. We have even monetary space to do it. Meanwhile, our foreign exchange reserves continue to accumulate. So there is no external constraint to us. So all told, I think our approach, which, as I said, has a structural supply side tilt to it, I think we're going to stand the test of time, even in terms of short-term objectives of reviving the economy. I think you will find that this year we will hit double-digit growth rates, and I think it's quite likely we will hit double-digit growth rate in the next financial year as well. So with that, let me stop if there's any questions. But basically, the point I wanted to make here is that infrastructure needs to be built. It's our central and key to our economic policy, and the Prime Minister has emphasized this repeatedly. We have the resources to do it, both from our fiscal side, but we have also, by the way, created other modes, for example, NIIF and other new development bank that we are creating to be able to do that. We have done things like bilateral netting and other financial arrangements to allow for development of CDS markets and other default swaps and other things to allow you to de-risk and so on and so forth. And basic idea is to move forward with that. And of course, the private sector has a big role in this, which should not be surprising, since monetization too is a key part of our strategy. So I hope that our economic approach is absolutely clear. Now, before I end, let me also say that what should be our overall economic reform strategy over the next 30 years. Now, this should be somewhat different than what I think has been for the last 30 years. For the last 30 years, the economic strategy has largely been about deregulation, i.e. withdrawing the Indian state from doing the things it should not do. While this is still not complete, but the articulation of the strategy is complete. So the act itself, we still have got some privatization to do. There's still some deregulation, simplification, etc. that still needs to be done. But I think the articulation is now well understood and the direction we have gone is clear. What we need to do next is something quite different. So unlike the last 30 years, 1991 to 2001, which was about withdrawing the Indian state from things which should not do, the next 30 years is about getting the Indian state to do the things it should do. Providing infrastructure surely is one of them. Of course, there are other things as well. One of my favorites is we need to get the judicial system cleaned up so that we can enforce contracts on time. And one could argue that that is also a form of infrastructure. And many other things that we can talk. Municipal infrastructure, very often most of the infrastructure in India that we talk about tends to be big highways, i.e. interconnections between hubs. So, highways, railway, aircraft, maybe electricity, something like that. But I think another sort of next generation of reform has got to be intra-city infrastructure, particularly municipal infrastructure. So this is something that is very striking to anybody who travels anywhere around the world. When I was younger, I used to think we are a poor country, therefore our cities are in this mess. 30 years later, we are much richer as a country, but our cities are still in a mess. The occasional, airport notwithstanding. Now, this is not about poverty, because you go to Vietnam's per capita income is roughly ours, it's the same as ours. But Ho Chi Minh City and Hanoi are radically better run cities than ours. So this is a municipal governance issue. This is a provision of municipal service, garbage, and all these kinds of issues that need to be looked at. I don't think we can hide behind this idea that we are poor and therefore our cities are poor. There are many poor countries in the world with much better run cities. In fact, one of the things that strikes you when you watch all those videos of Kabul and Afghanistan is that when you're looking at the roads there, actually some of our cities in peacetime don't have roads like Kabul in wartime. I don't know if you've seen that. I've never been to Kabul, but at least on television they seem to be in better shape. So I think we need to do something about this. Now, it may not be true of Mumbai and Delhi, etc., which are relatively better. You go to a third-tier city, some of the roads and you find, and the municipal services you find there are actually quite shockingly poor. And this is something that we need to pay attention to. But let me stop. I have been droning on for quite some time.
So firstly, thank you so much for sparing your time and being with us. And I must congratulate the government for managing the COVID situation exceedingly well. And more than that, to manage the economy and put it back on a path of growth. We at CII also very strongly feel that this year we will definitely have a double-digit growth. And surely as we move forward, we will continue to have this kind of growth with the kind of leadership which is being provided by the Ministry of Finance, and you being a significant part of it. So it is interesting to know that the government has had a huge focus on the supply side of the business rather than on the demand side. And that is, again, a very contrarian view of a contrarian way of managing things, but it has worked. And that it is heartening to know that we still have a lot of fiscal space available with us should the need arise. So thank you very much for creating all this. And if I may ask now with this, the first question is that India was actually has a very ambitious target of achieving as an economy of $5 trillion by 2025. We, of course, in the East feel that East will have to be not lagging behind. It will have to contribute about $1 trillion if India was to achieve that target of $5 trillion. But is this not a little bit too ambitious, and will it not require really aggressive growth rates to achieve the target, or is this target being pushed back a little?
I mean, maybe a little bit, maybe a year or so. I don't think this target is going to be pushed back very, very significantly. I think people will be surprised how much momentum there is in the economy. But of course, as with everything, it depends significantly on how this COVID epidemic itself behaves, both inside India and globally, because in the end, we will be dependent on exports and imports from the rest of the world for our own growth. So, well, since I am not in a position to predict whether we will have a third or even a fourth wave, it is something we have to watch out for. But I would say that if we do not get another very significant shock from the epidemic, then I think we will be in a position to press the accelerator quite sharply from here on. Demand is quite strong domestically, but we can, as I said, we have the resources to add to it if necessary. We have done a lot of supply side reforms, the benefits of which we're now beginning to get, whether it's on the tax collection front, which all these reforms of all these years is benefiting us. The reforms caused by the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code mean that the banks are actually much cleaner than anybody would have imagined. I mean, despite going through this massive shock in the last 18 months, today our Indian banking system is cleaner than it was in 2015. And actually is in a position to expand. They are completely capitalized. Also true of an NBFC sector. So many of the excesses of the past have worked out. And, the effort we made in cleaning up the banks starting around 17, 18, 19 meant that when we went into 2020, our economy was not heavily leveraged. So if we had gone into this crisis in the way our economy was leveraged in 2012, 13, then we would have really got tripped because, we would have been leveraged and then suddenly you fall flat on your face. But because we had already deleveraged in the previous few years, it meant that the impact on the banking system actually has been quite small, surprisingly so. And so since we have a somewhat cleaner banking system, and of course the capital markets are doing well, we should be able to finance much higher growth rates than for a long period of time, because you have a cleaner system to be able to back it. So I think maybe the target itself may have to be pushed a little bit back, but not too much, I would argue, because I think the disruptions, while there were obviously for 2 years major disruptions, but once you remove these hurdles from the epidemic itself, I think we are in a position to very rapidly catch up.
So thank you. We have Mr. Vinayak Chatterjee, our chairman of the National Infrastructure Committee with us. Mr. Chatterjee, would you like to ask a question to Mr. Sanyal? You're on mute.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
No, I'm perfectly okay hearing the comments. And I tend to agree with Sanjeev that, the plethora of interventions that I have also seen across the last few years has been enormous in terms of, getting the economy, turbocharged. And this jugalbandi of, coming from the infra sector, this jugalbandi of NMP and NIP, one investing, the other divesting as a virtuous cycle is reasonably revolutionary in sorts in terms of public policy thinking. I've also noticed that there has been a huge amount of progress, which we city-walas miss, in the linkage of utilities to the rural poor. It not only gram sarak, but LPG, electricity, and now Nal Se Jal Pani. I'm not talking about bank accounts and everything else. The financial side of inclusion there. But a huge amount of utilities have also reached the poor, and we often step back, and I often step back and think that did it take us 70 years to think that we needed to give pipe water to our fellow citizens? But anyway, I think I've rambled in terms of you're asking me the question, but pleasure to hear all of you. And I've just signed on for my next session. Where I'm supposed to be.
Right.
Thank you.
So Sandeep, would you like to ask a question, Sandeep Kumar?
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon. Sorry, I was unable to mute myself. This is Sandeep Kumar from Tata Metallics. Mr. Sanyal, I was actually quite, I would say the statement by you on the municipal services was pretty interesting, and I've read that several times. And I was just wondering, what should India do to really improve the financials of the municipal, corporations? Because ultimately the services will only come when they are self-funded. So it's not only poor administration, but it's, I think, the financial part as well, which really impacts. So briefly, maybe something, I know there could be lots to say, but it would be interesting to hear from you.
This is something, first thing we need to do is to be clear about what we should not do. See, in India, whenever there is a problem like this, we spend an enormous amount of time working on the institutional mechanism that will lead to this. So, there are long and enormous and complicated debates, about what kind of mayor you must have and not have, and so on and so forth. The same thing happens, by the way, if you're looking at education, then we'll have long debates about what kind of university it should be and so on. My personal view on this is that we spend too much on this. If you look around the world, there are different kinds of municipal systems. You have municipal systems in countries that are entirely authoritarian, like China, and they are well run. There are municipalities in democracies, like the US, UK, etc., and they are well run. There are these democratic systems, sometimes they are mayor run, some of them are council run, and they are well run. So this entire debate about how the governance structure may be is largely a waste of time. What we need to do is to be clear that somebody is in charge. It doesn't matter how we arrive at that person. And then we should expend energy and debate what they need to do, not the governance structure debate. Otherwise all this debate is about what 77th amendment and 79th amendment. Doesn't matter which amendment you want to do. All systems work if they are reasonably run and you're clear about your objectives. You are clear. So therefore the debates in Indian discussion first have to be about what are the objectives of what they want to do. This is also true, by the way, of the finances. What are these finances for? So rather than we are putting the cart before the horse. So if the objective is to have a certain amount, so do certain kinds of activities, then we know how much resources we want to. Then we can have a debate about exactly how those resources should be structured. Unfortunately, in India, we end up debating the structure of the debate as if we are clear about what should happen to the cities. We are not at all clear how our cities should be. Many of these old master planned, Le Corbusier inspired planning ideas that we still teach, by the way, in SPA and other institutions. First of all, we need to throw them into the dustbin. We need to have modern planning principles, teach that, enforce them in our, make sure that our municipalities understand what these are, and begin to think of modern cities. Once we know what the objective is, all the rest of the things will begin to fall in place. So wherever, for example, we have been clear about this, we have succeeded. The cities, Madhya Pradesh is a very good example of it. The cities of Indore and Bhopal were very clear what they wanted to do, and they achieved it. They achieved it with pretty much exactly the same sort of constitutional framework that is there in the rest of the country. And you are now witnessing that in a city like Varanasi, which everybody said was impossible to clean. But it's radically cleaner than it used to be. The ghats are cleaner, the wires have been put underground, and now the area around the Kashi Vishwanath temple is getting cleaned up. So we have to be clear about the objectives. And once you are clear, you have to go out and do it. Because no matter what you do, you will face all kinds of strange objections. And we are facing that right next door on the Central Vista project. I mean, nobody who's ever been inside Shastri Bhavan will ever object to it being torn down. And yet there are objections to it. So that's the point I'm making. You have to be clear what you want to do. Once you're clear that you want modern offices and good architecture along the Central Vista, then you should go out and do it and be willing to take some criticism for it.
Thank you, Mr. Sanyal. Thank you once again. And finally, to close this first segment of the inaugural session, I would now like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Paul, Deputy Chairman, CII Eastern Region, and Vice President, Tata Steel Limited, to deliver the concluding remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Dewan. Shri G. Kishan Reddy, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Culture and Development of Northeastern Region. Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, Principal Economic Advisor, Government of India. Mr. Amitabh Kant, Chief Executive Officer, Niti Aayog. His Excellency, Mr. Satoshi Suzuki, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, Embassy of Japan in India. His Excellency, Mr. Emmanuel Lenin, Ambassador of France to India, Embassy of France in India. His Excellency, Mr. Alex Ellis, British High Commissioner to India, the British High Commissioner in India. His Excellency, Honorable Mr. Barry O'Farrell, High Commissioner of Australia to India. Ms. Eileen Crow Nandi, Minister Counselor, Commercial Affairs at the United States Commercial Service, Embassy of USA in India. Mr. Tawfiq Hassan, Deputy High Commissioner, Deputy High Commissioner of Bangladesh in Kolkata. Distinguished representatives from government and industry, respected speakers and guests, friends from the media who are on this call. I'm delighted to be present amidst such august gathering. On behalf of CII and my own personal behalf, I would like to thank Shri G. Kishan Reddy, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Culture and Development of Northeastern Region of India, for his presence today. Sir, it is always a great privilege to listen to you. You have facilitated increase of budget of the Northeastern region, which has doubled in the last 7 years. And this will support the development of critical infrastructure in this part of the world. It will help in agriculture, manufacturing, as well as the services sector. And it only goes to show the commitment that the government of India has for the gateway of India to the East. I believe that this will surely help the Eastern region contributing, this contribution increasing from 400 billion USD, which is what it is today, to close to $1 trillion by 2025 or nearabouts, and help India achieve the target of 5 trillion economy. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I would also like to thank Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, Principal Economic Advisor, Government of India, for his presence. His deep insights on workable solutions to promote economic development are a constant source of guidance to the industry. I think the concept of ensuring that capital expenditure on infrastructure will be the critical aspect of the country's economic policy going forward. It was interesting to hear that, and his views on what should be India's economic policy going forward for the next 30 years. What he said was that the last 30 years, India has look to deregulate, get out of sectors which which the government of India should not be doing. The next 30 years, the Indian state should do things that it should be doing, like providing infrastructure, cleaning up the judicial system, the intracity and the municipal infrastructure, and some wonderful views that we heard from him on the subject. Thank you, Mr. Sanyal. It's also my delight to thank Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO Niti Aayog, for his insights. We at CII have always considered you, sir, as a guiding light, and your storytelling way of providing solutions to various intractable economic issues and challenges is always a delight. Thank you for your precious inputs. I would also like to thank the ambassadors and consul generals of Japan, France, UK, Australia, United States, and Bangladesh who have taken the time to present their views. Thank you so much. The Eastern region and Northeastern region were traditionally seen as economic centers for the Western world. There were industrial zones developed in this region even before the concept of SEZs came into being. But the pace of development of transportation infrastructure remained slower than the development of infrastructure hubs. This posed a challenge in the economical and sustainable evacuation of industrial production. And this has been one of the reasons why the potential of this region remained grossly underutilized. So the Northeastern region has been less connected to the rest of India, the only road connectivity being through the Chicken Neck region of West Bengal. While air connectivity in this region was the major transportation mode, owing to hilly areas and challenging terrain, it is only recently that rail, road, and waterway connectivity is being planned in a more organized and coordinated manner. These projects require investment and participation of public and private sector combined. Recognizing this aspect, the governments of both states and union have come together to develop a workable roadmap for the region. So later today, the East India Summit will hold an inaugural plenary session of the National Monetization Pipeline to discuss the way forward for implementation of this plan and how the Eastern and Northeastern region can benefit from this plan. A second important plenary section scheduled for today evening is financing and creating sustainability in the Indian infrastructure sector through engagement with multilateral development institutions and financial agencies. This will host many multilateral financial organizations like Asian Development Bank, JICA, NEDFI, World Bank, and Asian Infrastructure Investment Fund. CII, as India's leading industrial body with a 125-year experience behind it, acknowledges its responsibility in bringing together all stakeholders so that the final goal of a sustainable, progressive growth in India can be realized. And as Mr. Diwan highlighted, during the remainder of the days too, CII will hold sectoral, state, and country sessions in the East India Summit. I certainly hope these sessions will begin to be a strong incubation ground for future work and aspiration of developing this region as a commercial and economic linkage for India, the West, and the Eastern world. Thank you all once again.
So thank you, Sanjeev, and thanks to everyone. I now hand over to Mr. Sandeep Kumar for the next session. Over to you, Sandeep.
Thanks, Vijay. Thank you, Sanjeev. Shaikat, do we have a break or should we start?
I think we can start off, Mr. Kumar, because we are rolling back to back, so people would be waiting for the session to start.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me begin by saying a very good afternoon to all of you here and a warm welcome to all the participants and representatives from the government, the industry, the academia, the diplomatic community, the media, and all my dear friends. It's my privilege to be present here today at the inaugural session of the East India Summit, themed around creating a sustainable infrastructure, roadmap for East and Northeast India, linking global investments. And I'm more delighted today as the chair of the Infrastructure and Finance Subcommittee of the CII Eastern Region to be able to organize this flagship event of CII Eastern Region this year, and to be able to participate and listen to our distinguished speakers on this very important session. India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, with a huge need for development of infrastructure. We just heard the principal economic advisor talk about infrastructure, and I need not repeat and emphasize that. If India has to meet its aspiration of a 5 trillion economy, it needs to develop its infrastructure, which is an obvious hypothesis. It's not even a hypothesis. As a thumb rule, every rupee spent on developing the infrastructure adds rupees 2.5 to the economy. Therefore, to be able to become a $5 trillion economy, we need to add roughly 1.4 trillion US dollars on infrastructure. And this is the number which has been envisaged in the National Infrastructure Pipeline by the Department of Economic Affairs. As India accelerates its COVID vaccination drive and gets back on the growth trajectory, and we heard Mr. Sanyal talk about double-digit growth this year and next year, it needs innovative financing mechanisms to meet the above target by boosting its infrastructure. And we heard the Honorable Finance Minister, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, on 23rd of August, unveil a new policy called the NMP, the National Monetization Pipeline. As a part of this policy, the NMP plans to lease assets such as roads, railways, ports, airports, stadiums, etc., to private operators for a specified period with the following objectives. Of course, improve usage and operations, garner revenue for the government to invest in new infrastructure, attract private sector investment in existing public assets. The target is, of course, to monetize 6 lakh crore of assets by the end of FY25. The government expects that the private entities will make a capex of rupees 2.47 lakh crore to operate these assets, and in the process will save the government from undertaking this investment, which can therefore be utilized somewhere else. Further, the government will also earn revenues by leasing these assets. The breakup of the overall pipeline includes about more than 50% on roads and railways. And of course, there are others like power transmission, generation, logistics, aviation, warehousing, real estate, gas pipelines, telecom, etc. The East India Summit will focus on the opportunities available and the solutions that are on offer for enhancing cooperation in critical areas like civil aviation, including the development of cargo and MRO facilities, ports infrastructure development, railway linkages, and future mobility. And also collaboration for capacity building in the eastern and northeastern states, on whom we are focusing in this East India Summit. It would be extremely useful if the session can examine and deliberate on how the states from the eastern and northeastern region would participate and take advantage of the NMP for boosting their infrastructure and therefore the economy. I would now like to welcome our panelists, Mr. Vinayak Chatterjee, who is very well known. He's a stalwart in the industry, chairman, Feedback Infra, and also the chair of the CII National Council on Infrastructure. He's, of course, a renowned expert on infrastructure and a much sought after name. I must thank you, sir, for coming here and taking the time out. Mr. Arjun Dhawan, CEO and whole-time director, Hindustan Construction Company. Mr. Amit Kapoor, joint managing partner, J. Sagar Associates. I'm hoping to hear from this session about the challenges and in what manner CII can facilitate the process by getting all stakeholders together, offering a common forum for deliberations and debates, and helping in being a bridge between the government and the private sector, whom the NMP seeks to tap and attract. I now invite Mr. Amit Kapoor to moderate the session and also to present his views on this. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Kapoor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to the session. We have a strong panel, and I think with Arjun and Vinayak, with their decades of experience of battling the crisis from both ends, regulatory and institutional and implementation, it will make for a rich discussion. I assure you, there'll be more ideas thrown than you would have bargained for, and I'm sure you know of their track record. So, without much ado, given the peculiarities of East and Northeast being kept in mind, I would straight away come to the question. There are 4 or 5 features of the NMP which are obviously discernible. There will be no sale or transfer of title, though it will be a long-term assignment of the right to use and to monetize the asset in terms of revenue stream. There will be obviously no construction risk, which is a big issue in terms of infrastructure development in the country. Therefore, the private sector is being invited to take on running operating assets with proven capacity and perhaps tied up commercial arrangements. Yet, there are challenges to implement. And these challenges are of the nature which we need to relook at, addressing the issues in terms of fundamental viability and optimizing the investment as we go forward, as also recycling and the asset liability mismatch. But rather than go into that myself, I would request Vinayak to come in, and I would be posing this question from both angles on the 3 key challenges that he sees that India faces in actualizing the dream of rejuvenating PPP in operating assets, which are the NMP for Indian infrastructure. So over to you, Vinayak.
Yeah, thank you, Amit. This is familiar territory. I think we have done this number many times together, and I can see Arjun is also smiling because he's also done this with us, having joined us a few years later on such discussions. Now, while I will address your questions, Amit, I actually want to do a little deep dive because this is one of the few sessions in CII where we actually drill down not just to the regional level but to the states level. Normally in Delhi, we are talking mostly at a macroeconomic level, at a central level. So I want to take this opportunity to just remind our friends present today on this in this session that the NMP should not be viewed only as a central plan or a central initiative. Many people have missed the point that the NMP actually has a huge role for the states. And let me read out what the Honorable Finance Minister has proposed as a motivating structure for the state governments. Number 1, if a state divests a PSU and raises funds, the central government will give them 100% of that amount as financial assistance. 100%. So if you have divested a state PSU for 50 crores, center is going to give you another 50 crores. It's a very major incentive. Point number 2, if a state monetizes an asset, then government will give them 33% of the amount. And point number 3, if states list a public company in the stock markets and raise funds, the government will give them the central government will give them 50% of that amount. Now, just look at the way the center is not browbeating the states into a path, but actually using the carrot as a motivational tool to say, guys, it's not just a central issue. It's very monetizing state-owned assets is very much a state's issue also. So can we get your wholehearted participation? And with that participation, here we are throwing in the stuff that if you are able to do any of these 3, then we will top it up as a gesture of goodwill and recognition, but with central government funds to back the exercise. So the point I'm making is that with the eastern states and northeastern states gathered here today, let us smell the coffee and wake up to the point that this is not necessarily a central government initiative only. States have a vital role to play and should be persuaded to play that role. And the point that I'm going to make is that what can CII do at a practical level? I think CII at an Eastern regional level should set up a monetization advisory task force and work with each of the states in the Eastern and Northeastern region, go to the political and bureaucratic establishment, the chief minister, the chief secretary, the finance secretary, and say, sir, we have members who understand this topic, whether technically or legally or financially or procedurally. And we are here to provide our assistance pro bono to work with your system to identify a list of assets which we think as citizens of the country and as members of a leading chamber of commerce, we think you should monetize. So let's convert this discussion into a practical agenda for the Eastern region of CII. And this is really for Sandeep to take forward, saying that pick up the agenda, reach out to each state government and say, which are the projects? Now, states have a variety of projects that they can monetize. You know that, and I know that. From a valuable real estate in terms of central bus stations, to state highways, to bridges as distinct from highways, state transmission utilities, warehousing, logistics centers, industrial parks. A state has a fairly large number of monetizable assets, which honestly the state, like the central government, has no business to keep owning and running. So the simple point I'm making is that the CII Eastern Region should take it up as a practical agenda and move from theory to practice. That's point number one. To answer Amit's point, the key intervention that I have been arguing at a central level is very simply that we require an institution to harmonize all the efforts. There are many moving parts that are required because NMP is PPP by the side door. Greenfield infra is PPP by the main door, and monetization NMP is PPP by the side door. But it's PPP nevertheless. And all the moving parts that are required for PPP, from the formulation of an acceptable concession document to implementing it, bid process management, and once it is implemented, the whole life cycle process management, including renegotiation, dispute resolution, all these moving parts need to be harmonized. The simple point that I want to make is that the central government has already said that there are 16 ministries in Delhi that will be one way or the other involved with assets that they own or control, which will be Ministry of Roads, Ministry of Rail, etc., etc., etc. In central government, you add 4 more, add PMO, Finance Ministry, Niti Aayog, and Law and Justice. So you've got 20 institutions at the central level. Now let's take 29 states in this country. And let's forget 29 states. Let's just take the top 12 states in the country. And let's assume for a minute that they have decided to monetize 4 of the state assets belonging to different departments. 1 power, 1 road, 1 transport, 1 something else. So you have 12 frontline states into 4 departments. You've got 48 entities, each trying to rediscover the wheel and the fire by developing their own concession agreements, their own view of what should be done. So you have 20 entities at the central government and about 50 entities putting all the states together who are all trying to do PPP and monetization. Now, this is simply ridiculous. We have to have a knowledge center that puts together everything and harmonizes learning and experience across the entire system of PPP. Very simply, I am urging an institution that was announced by Mr. Jaitley, and I'm answering Amit's question in a little roundabout way by saying that my answer to his question is that there has to be a very powerful knowledge-based institution called 3P India, for which Mr. Jaitley in his maiden budget, it is this government, it is not some other opposition government, it is this government in its maiden budget of July 2014, announced the setting up of 3P India, 3 Ps for PPP, and had made a budgetary allocation of 500 crores. This is the seriousness with which the exercise was envisaged, but somewhere it went into sleep mode. So I am going to stop here to say that many things need to be done in PPP, but they cannot be done in isolation. And once a 3PP institute is created, obviously it will reach out to the states and harmonize both between center and states. If a central road is being monetized, surely there are lessons to monetize a state road. You don't have to rediscover a concession agreement there. So the 2 points that I'm going to leave the audience with as my initial contribution to the discussions is: 1, the states have a key role to play, and Madam Finance Minister has already announced 3 reasonably attractive packages for states to clamber on board the NMP bandwagon. Point number 2, we cannot leave this to multifarious departments and ministries to each do their own number. We require a 3P India. With that, Amit, I pass the baton back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vinayak. Most insightful. And I think before I bring it to Arjun, so at to add a little flavor, only a day before that we have read in the newspapers that the dedicated freight corridor and railways have stepped forward to start mitigating the risk which was normally not being mitigated. That's a good move. It's a move in the right direction. But as Vinayak said, if you have 48 or 50 people thinking through risk from different angles, you will have a hodgepodge, which will make the risk disproportionate. And in fact, you will have then a competition or arbitrage between projects being offered on the basis of differential risk, which will not achieve the welfare that the whole structure seeks to achieve. The whole idea is that infrastructure is public goods. If you are going to invest efficiently and operate efficiently, you will ultimately end up with cheaper, better quality and longer lasting assets, which will be input to the economy. Arjun, the question is, how do you see it play out given your experience of implementation of credit risk in particular and general PPP projects, because you are now being invited to step into the shoes of the existing projects and run with it? Your thoughts, three critical issues.
So I guess in the context of the Northeast, because that's where the subject matter is. I mean, we all know what makes the Northeast special. I think that it's not frankly as much part of the dialogue because it's less than 4% of our population. But if you look at each of these states in terms of actually area and population, they actually are very similar to many countries in the European Union. I mean, countries the size of Netherlands, Denmark, Czech Republic, Belgium, Austria, Ireland are all approximately the same size as our northeastern states. I mean, now there's the commercial aspect, and then there's the fact that there's 5,000 kilometers of border, with other countries. So there's national security, there's trade, and the reason I'm starting a little macro is that when you actually have planning done, and when I talked about this, planning is so fundamental, right? We actually don't plan well. We have to understand what our precise goals are in the areas we're actually trying to create a plan. And I think that while we've had this experience of PPP in the last couple of decades, and certainly those very lessons we can apply to the Northeast, obviously using some customization, we have to understand what the goals are for that particular region that we're applying them to. So one, I think the goal is to try to make this region competitive, to be able to be fiscally strong, stand on its own two legs, be able to have sustainable development. What does sustainable mean? Sustainable means that you actually have incredible planning and you ensure that that region, after you create great infrastructure in it, becomes fiscally independent, it becomes competitive with other parts of India, it generates employment, etc. Right? Now, there is this big argument that typically happens in our federal structure in terms of sharing of funds. Vinayak has already talked about that. I don't think funding should be the issue, certainly given the cultural diversity, all the imperatives that we have nationally in terms of what we need to do in the Northeast. But I think that what we actually have to achieve as part of this NMP is to be able to, and there's a perception that we're constantly basically selling the family jewels, right? And that's not the case. I mean, ultimately, we would love to actually have 2 or 3 times the amount of development that we're doing. The only way to do that is actually through this NMP, right? Now, the NMP depends fundamentally on 2 or 3 things. We've seen a huge host of dispute resolution issues get created because the first PPP projects that were created in the country were never done with good planning, right? You didn't have the land in place, you didn't have the clearances, you didn't actually have good detailed project reports. I mean, even today, the National Highways Authority struggles with its basically technical and strategic capacity to roll out the kind of program that it needs to do all over India. So I think that, one needs to basically take each state, treat it as a separate region. I mean, these are the size of countries in Europe, as I said, just to actually, belabor the point that you have to go region by region. You have to create basically the departments to be able to identify the project pipeline. So one, what is the bankable pipeline? What are the detailed project reports that have basically come up with exactly how these projects will be rolled out, who the potential investor class is, whether they require, subsidies, if, what is the structure of, central and state funding support. And then you end up basically bringing the project to market Because, the market, I think that what we've seen, right, is that there's a healthy disrespect for the marketplace, to answer your question, right, in India. People assume that, with all sorts of shoddy, crappy planning and the lack of strength in our institutions in terms of dispute resolution, swift, basically adjudication of many of issues, the money will come. Yes, the money will come, but the money is not going to come 200, 300, 400 basis points cheaper than where it should come, for us to finance our infrastructure program at least 4 or 5 percentage points cheaper than what we should be. That would actually also allow us to do twice the amount of infrastructure development, if we have actually created this track record of bankable projects, good planning, have the departments in place. Vinayak touched on a lot of process in terms of how this basically gets detailed out. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. But I think that, for me, I will just leave you with the two thoughts. One is that you have to resolve some of the legacy issues in terms of making dispute resolution and PPP swift. And at the same time, you've got to have very, very solid planning and strategic and technical capacity in government bodies, to end up rolling out these projects in a responsible fashion so that it ends up becoming a much, much smoother process. And frankly speaking, I think that once you end up providing from the center, because center has all this experience that the states don't have, the Northeast doesn't have. You've got to take the experienced officers that have actually done this process, from the various parts of the country, instead of having them transferred to, departments where that PPP expertise is not there. Round them up, actually have them roll out this program in the Northeast, because then you're going to have more experimentation and more learning. And, it's time to stop learning. It's time to start basically the execution.
Thanks, Arjun. Very meaningful. I think the question that begs an answer now that both of you have posited your perspectives in terms of what should be done is, do you do it at a state level, or should you not take benefit of the fact that there is Central Ministry for Northeast Regional Development to provide you the ability to leverage the corridors? Because the resources available in the Northeast states, in some ways, are often shared and interestingly work together. You could develop some interesting growth areas. So rather than NMP, could it be NEEMP, Northeast and Eastern Monetization Pipeline? Could it be a mechanism where you could house within it a drive to look at the economies of scale and scope and pilots, which will be sensitive to the regional realities, particularly because there is always that concern in terms of the businessmen coming from the mainland and trying to take over resources, land, and inflate the prices and create difficulties. There are concerns that people locally have because there are tribal areas where you don't have access. But if you have local contracts, you may be able to get there. And then there is the border region. So I think, Vinayak, the question that we need to grapple with is that over and above the complexity of infrastructure or PPP projects with 25 years, 30, 40-year contractual arrangements, with the only predictability that there will be uncertainty and change, which you can't put your arms around, there is also this added reality of the socio-ecological reality of Northeast. How do we bring sensitivity around it in our institutional frameworks? And how do we actualize that? Because unless we are able to address that, you will not be able to engage the local population and the civil society and grow out. And one example that always lends itself for thought is the way Pura scheme was defined once upon a time. Again, quite like 3PI, could not take off, but there were some very interesting pilots done. Down what was being discussed with Dr. Sanyal at the third tier of governance, at the city and the municipal and the PRI, the Panchayati Raj institutions. Is there possibilities of working that? Because water supply, sanitation, and district level development is going to be at the heart of it, and sustainability now is a reality that we look at. Over to you,
Vinayak. I mean, this is a deep point, and as you were outlining your thoughts, I was also thinking that certainly the socio-cultural dimensions of the Northeast are not fully often understood in other parts of the country. And they have a certain history, a certain sensitivity, which needs careful and sensitive and compassionate handling. The only problem with your suggestion is that I'm aware that that two institutions exist. One is, of course, the Northeastern donor, as it's called, the Department of Northeastern, sitting in Delhi. There is also a separate financial institution which people don't quite know about, which is headquartered in Guwahati, called the Northeastern something Developmental Financial Institution, NEFD or something of the sort. Most people don't know about it, but that it exists. I have not seen them make major impacts in the last many decades that they have been around. I also have a bit of a credibility problem because Northeast at one level has shared problems of socio-cultural nature, but many of the states are also independent entities with different political leanings. Mm-hmm. And I am not so sure that all 7 of them are going to sit around the table and decide common policies. I would rather advocate a system where donor and NEFD get together and decide amongst themselves that since they already exist, how is it that they can increase their stature in the NMP program? Because nobody has any objection to them working. The second point is that if the 3P kind of institute is indeed with the force of persuasion that we are now bringing to the table across the system, if it does one day actually see reality that it exists, then I would urge that at each of the Northeastern state capital, there is a microcosmic 3P India relevant to the state, which then feeds in the specific sensitivities and nuances of the region that they belong to. So this is my broad take on it. So yes to donor and the financial institution playing a pan-Northeast role. But so far as PPP structuring is concerned, a state 3P unit linked. Often, Amit, you're aware of the kind of capacity building that ADB had done of creating PPP cells, something like that, which feeds into the system. So let me rest my stuff, let me rest my comments to your question there and hand it back to you.
Lovely, thank you. I will do the mischievous thing of drawing Sandeep into it, given that he chairs the regional committee before Arjun comes in. What are his thoughts of pulling it together? Because, you know, at the end of the day, if CII can capitalize on it, to try and build that whole goodwill, knowledge, understanding, and linkages, we may eventually see a Philip which Northeast has not seen actually. They have always felt as the distant cousin who's never got the benefit of growth and development. And I think it's time, because we've had central ministers, we've had laureates coming in from there and working with the rest of the country, but we haven't necessarily seen the fruits go back. Can CII play a driving role there, Sandeep?
Yeah, so I think it's a challenging question, to say the least. We all talk about a lot of these things, but when it comes to practical implementation, that's where the challenge remains. And when we were organizing the summit, one of the things I was saying is, are we going to just hold an event and forget about it, or are we going to do something after it? And I think to Mr. Vinayak Deshpande, Mr. Vinayak Chatterjee started with saying that, can you form an advisory board? And I really like that idea, that there are 28 entities here and about 20 entities in the center. I think we keep our ambition small and try and help the different states by trying to, let's say, become more granular on whatever Mr. Chatterjee has suggested. I think that if we can do just one thing, it would be great. We don't try and attempt to do too many things. If we can just do one thing, and I really like that idea, maybe we will flesh this out with the committee and see how we can take that. So that's all I can comment immediately.
Lovely.
Thank you very much.
Lovely. Thank you. No, that's exactly why I asked you the question, because I am trying and crystallize that whole idea of a state level capacity building, because one of the biggest failings in infrastructure development and PPP, and Arjun will come in on that, has been the state capacity in first conceptualizing a project, therefore understanding why you are giving it for privatization or private participation. What outcomes do you want to achieve in terms of welfare objectives and viability and the quality of product or service that you want? And then moving on to monitoring once you sign the contract to ensure that it's actually done. That capacity is missing and leads to ham-handed treatment, which enhances the risk. And if CII can play that role in building capacities and facilitating, it'll go a long way. Arjun, calling you in to pick it up from there. Now, if we are to crystallize that idea and take it forward, You have the benefit of
Amit, before you ask your question, just one quick point. Look, you and I have spent our careers and years of our life trying to become good at what we basically do today. And I'm just going to go one step further. Capacity building aside, if you look at our IAS system, I mean, we've lost count the number of NHI chairmen basically that NHI has had in this last number of years. How can you expect an organization to actually have a vision and a plan and execute that when you don't have a fixed tenure of your senior management team like you have in any world-class company, or if you have in any department organization? If you look at how countries like the United States work, you need to have people in place for long enough tenures and have a perhaps in some ways a market-driven system to be able to have them generate that result. Development is a 5, 7, 10-year process. It has to be local. It has to be driven by an understanding of local stakeholders, good solid planning, and an ownership by the person who is there from the beginning to the end, to the conceptualization to the execution. So sorry to interrupt your question, but I want to go one, we will try to build the capacity, that's great, but at least have people with long enough tenures to see through a development.
So Arjun, thanks for that intervention. It feeds into the question that I was going to ask you either ways. The question remains, and I think it ties into what Sandeep said, picking up on Vinayak's point, that if that one aspect is addressed and addressed well, you must be aware that there are various states which at the stage when they actually did great in infrastructure development, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra, the state government chose to give a dynamic officer a long tenure, even if he or she got promoted within the same post to a higher level. They gave them 3 to 5 year terms. That doesn't require too much more than a sense of awareness and consciousness in the government that this is a critical driver. And that consciousness will come in a dialogue on a B2G platform, which is where CII can do that. That sensitization is exactly the hand-holding exercise that needs to be done, by which we can help them understand best practice, which is followed, where the states within India and internationally countries have succeeded by giving that continuity. Capacity creation is not about training somebody who gets transferred. It's about picking up the person, getting him trained, and letting him or her operate while getting an understudy after 3 years, who will take over after another year or two, while he or she will continue to build that knowledge and revive that knowledge, and then reflect that knowledge into future growth. The question for you is, what are the 3 critical elements of that capacity creation, which is now, we are now coming down to, hopefully before the end of the session, we'll have a crystal clear idea of what Sandeep may like to pick up and run with. What are your thoughts of what could be done in that institutional engagement for CII with the governments to achieve the objectives of this NMP?
Look, I think that very, very long term, and we need to start thinking that I think education in this country is sorely lacking. Education and skill development, and it is the simple answer to a lot of our problems. And I think that we are behind many countries in this regard in doing that. But I think that the immediate answer is that you need to be able to pick technocrats from the private sector. I think government needs to now, be flexible enough to open its club, to people who want to serve at the pleasure of, chief ministers and the prime minister's office to give up their lives for the sake of basically the country, and not to basically view that with suspiciousness. I think that there's a vast talent in the private sector that would be willing to give up their high-paying jobs to come and actually serve the country if they had predictability in terms of tenures. I think that's one. Second, I think that rather than actually transfer great officers who have executed and learned from their experiences in the last 10 or 20 years into regions or areas where their expertise is now being renewed in another field, we have to basically recycle the talent in the areas where it's required. And I think you're absolutely right that if you have, it starts with the leadership. So if the leadership of the state decides that they want an officer of impeccable repute and his ability to execute, you put that person in place. But that doesn't answer the question with regard to the number 2, the number 3 in the organization. Usually you hear about success stories where that one person was responsible for getting, XYZ metro done or whatever it is. I think that we need to have a bench strength which doesn't exist. And I think that one answer is the private sector. The second is that I think that each state needs to actually, I don't know, I don't have an answer to this because our entire administrative services system in the country is set up in a different fashion. It doesn't allow for the best in class to actually be, in a particular state for many, many years. And our states are individual countries and, in the diversity, so like. But yeah, my simple answer is I guess, what I basically said, I already repetitive. I'm not sure whether that's a good enough answer for you at this stage, but that's what comes to mind. Amit, you're muted.
All these ideas are going to be inputs to think. I don't think we have final answers given in the fashion, but I think we are increasingly pushing things down to Sandeep to start picking up what he wants to build on.
Sorry, one more thing. I think there are very celebrated, we tend to have a very strict view in terms of retirement age in this country. Yeah. I'm all for basically, younger people basically taking charge and taking forward. But I think that there's a tremendous talent pool among retired bureaucrats that can actually be tapped upon, given that track record, to come and basically take charge of, public authorities for a span of time to help execute certain aspects.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. So coming back to you, Vinayak, and in context of what we are now engaging in terms of NMP, I think the one issue which often has escaped attention is that linkage of the value for money in structuring a contract and allocating risk and responsibility, and it's monitoring through the life cycle. Now, that is one thing which has not even been focused, other than an odd officer or odd organization, which has built that capacity not because it was by design, but because somebody had that insight or perspective and a bunch of people got together. Though I would counter Arjun by telling him that the states that I mentioned actually created a pipeline of officers where somebody who was the principal secretary had an understudy with him, who later on became the principal secretary when this gentleman went on to become the chief secretary, additional chief secretary. And they gave a 5 to 10 year track. So that is possible and governments have done it. So we need not worry on that count, so long as we can engage meaningfully and impress upon them the importance of that for the state and the growth of the state. But my point for your consideration, Vinayak, is that what is it that is completely amiss in terms of consciousness? Because, there is in the Constitution of India, there is an Article 39. It's a directed principle of state policy, which says, 39B says that you will not allow the resources of the country to be monopolized. And C says that you will ensure that it is used for the welfare of the maximum number of people. So inherently, it is for welfare. Our constitution drives you to keep the common man, R.K. Lakshman's common man, at the center when you're looking at renegotiation, or you're looking at a bid award, or you're looking at performance. But some of that gets missed. Is there an institutional process by which we can build it in? Whether it comes through a legal framework, or it comes through a standard policy which is notified, which will help take it forward. Because unless you have got there, until contract management for the 30 years is taken care of, just by bidding and signing with the right person doesn't necessarily cut it. What are your thoughts on it?
I completely agree with you, Amit. The dichotomy is that an infrastructure concession, including whether it is NIP or NMP or whatever it is, it varies anywhere from 15 years to 60 to 75 years. The moot point is that it cuts across any political change that will happen once every 5 years. So you effectively have a threat every 5 years that the new dispensation may not agree with the old, and some tinkering will happen with the concession agreement, which will send you into the bankruptcy court, which many of us are familiar has happened.
Yes.
Arjun knows that, right? So you are held hostage to a political system that wants to play games with each other to settle scores or reflect a different philosophy. So it is important to start with a document that reflects the will of the people. Now we are not talking center. In this session today, we are talking states.
Absolutely.
So I would urge, and now I'm also trying to link my response to what Sandeep's brain is now, I can see, actively working after the seminar, Main Kya Karu. So I am actually going to suggest that make the infrastructure committee that you head, set up that Eastern Northeastern Infrastructure Advisory Board. Within bracket, you can say NIP, NMP, because they are the current buzzwords and will give you currency. If you use the letter N and all the P's and I's, it helps. Basically, we are talking about PPP. Once you do that, I think it is important for us to not lose sight of what Amit Kapoor is saying, that the will of the people must be reflected in a state policy document, either enshrined and accepted as a policy document, better if it is passed as an act in the state legislative assembly. I mean, to cut the chase, Amit and I have worked in 1997 to create the Punjab Infrastructure Development Board, which is an outcome of the Punjab Infrastructure Development Act. We created that legislation, which allowed Punjab to monetize assets as well as PPPIs, a lot of new activity, including the Amritsar bus terminal, state highways, etc., etc. We are all aware of that. So therefore, I would prefer not just a policy document, but I would prefer it to be a state act, if I can call it that, which is debated in the Legislative Assembly and passed as the will of the people, so that tomorrow I have a reference point to say that this contract was given under that auspices. That now I know that delays the process, but it would give great comfort if that is debated and something like a Punjab Infrastructure Development Act and law is passed at various states, and the dhacha of that is available with Amit Kumar. So one thing, Sandeep, is you don't have to do any fresh thinking. Immediately after this seminar, Amit Kapoor will email to you the draft. Right?
Absolutely.
Tinker around with it. Add some of the bells and whistles that we have learned since 1997 to reflect what he called, to answer some fundamental questions. Why am I, as the people of Tripura, why would I like some of my state-owned assets to be monetized? Please answer that question for the population. Secondly, which are the projects that I don't want monetized is equally important, that I would want the state to hold on to it. I would want the state to hold on to primary health, to primary education, to water supply, to irrigation. I don't want all of these privatized. They're not ready for it yet. So the state policy must enshrine the will of the people in how it wants to take this movement forward. That I would like to monetize these assets. I would not like to monetize these assets. And when I monetize the assets, I don't want to eat them up in the revenue deficit of the state budget. So I must have a ring-fenced state infrastructure fund like the one that Kerala has and Karnataka has, and a few other states, Gujarat has. So the proceeds from monetization are not mixed up with the state finances, but are escrowed transparently and used for reinvestment. So these are intellectual milestones that need to come before you start announcing and developing concession agreements for projects. It actually, while it looks like a long drawn out process, it isn't. It is a simple document which Amit will give you, and you can then, and Amit can upgrade it to reflect some of the things that he's saying, draw reference to Article 39 of the Constitution, see that it reflects the will of the people, and see that it does the necessary stage setting for us to take the monetization process, and not necessarily monetization, NIP also, which is EPC contracts. They also require careful handling. It is not that EPC is actually PPP in many senses, because the interface with the state is so strong. So the entire aspect of infrastructure development, NMP, NIP, and EPC should be laid out as elements of state policy, sanctified with a state act, and then the state should set up a 3P kind of state institution to convert that into practice. But I think I've overexceeded the brief, but I was just trying to think under your skin to say, what would I do if I were in your chair?
No, absolutely. You have not overextended. In fact, I was nudging you in that direction because the whole point of this discussion with people with experience and learning like yourself and Arjun and Sandeep himself and their colleagues who are there in the audience is to try and take it to fruition. There's no point in having another intellectual dialogue, having spent 30 years on PPP. But here is an opportunity because we know that some of the states in Northeast not only are hungry, but also have good, tall leaders who are keen to implement.
Yes.
And in that engagement with Sandeep's and your formulation, pick up a state which is willing to move forward, engage with them, if they need to get an ADB or a World Bank support to have TAs, and get rolling. Get the best practice reviewed internationally. Examine what we have done in India, in Punjab, in Andhra, in Karnataka, in Tamil Nadu. Get the best practice to bear and then roll out. It becomes the model. Please don't forget, before Electricity Act came in 2003, the reforms and the formation of the regulator actually started with one state act. That state suffered, but when they started, because there were lots of gaps left, that led to 9 states enacting the state acts, and that led to Electricity Act coming in and creating a framework. So it is not necessary that in areas which are available for state to enact policies and laws, they need to wait for the center to come up with an overarching law. The state can nudge that development. It started from Odisha. I'm not saying that you started with the largest state of UP or MP from a political economy point of view. It started from a small state which wanted to do something different. And they forced everybody's hands to look at that framework. Vajpayee took it up, got the national consensus, and then we rolled out a whole framework to try and implement things. There are challenges that have arisen which we need to learn and build in. But I think the point that Vinayak makes and Arjun has shared would be that if we can pick that up as a framework, where you have a stated policy to optimize and maximize the opportunity that the central government has laid on the table in terms of NIP and MP, utilizing what they are willing to fund, and prioritize keeping the state's interests in mind. What does the state want in terms of their growth? And then move forward to develop a policy with a law. And that law addresses some of these concerns so that the political economy doesn't come and interfere with the problems. And then you run with it. Once you are able to do that, the complexion of the risk allocation and the attractiveness of the offering will be a completely different play. And like Pura, please examine that scheme. You can unleash at the district level and at a set of cities and a panchayati raj or a set of villages, significant employment and skill development at the back of this. So I think that's where the true opportunity of significant change lies. Arjun, please come in if you have any finishing thoughts. And I would rather, again, moving out of the box of what is traditionally meant to be, ask Sandeep to come in with his last thoughts, because we have given him a download of what we thought as practitioners from all angles, what could be done. And then, of course, you please feel free to tell us how you want to proceed. So Arjun, and then over to Sandeep.
So just one last point to add. I think that the bedrock of any market system, and that's what PPP is. It involves multiple stakeholders. Is strong institutions, and we've not discussed the fact that that we require a very, very strong judicial framework in this country to be able to swiftly deal with disputes, which is really kind of where some of the legacy issues in PPP still are, languishing. That has caused, the credit pricing and pricing of equity for infrastructure and PPP to skyrocket, and to actually create a no-go for many people who want to actually go down the path. Now, one thing on the states front, a JV partner investor once asked me when we were doing a project that was in the state, as to whether we could have recourse at least to the Delhi High Court system, not to mention the fact that, notwithstanding the fact that Delhi High Court system itself is a multi-year process. But one has to also see what recourse you can actually have, with regard to resolutions at the state levels, depending on how developed their judicial authorities are. So just food for thought in terms of how that can also be taken care of, because that's a major concern for many foreign partners, many investors and alike.
So as you see, Sandeep, we have flipped the hat around. I was to be the moderator. The question's been posed to me, so let me answer that. After Kelkar committee, 2 recommendations out of all have been implemented. The first was 3PI and the second was fast track dispute resolution. The specific relief act, which is the law in the country to implement contracts, has been amended 2018, again Mr. Jaitley's time, and that actually provides for a fast track special court dispute resolution, though most states, and it's something for you to check and ask the states in Northeast and East, have not appointed the special courts. The idea was all infrastructure disputes will only go to the special court. No civil court will interfere with it. Number 2, by law it is stated you will not grant an injunction on the construction or operation of the infrastructure project unless there is a very strong reason to be given in writing. Number 3, all such disputes have to be resolved within 1 year. At best, for again reasons to be recorded, so the judge has to justify why the delay in writing in an order can be extended only to 18 months. That's it. And number 4, they are free to engage or consult any expert. Parties can bring experts, the court can get experts to give them expert testimony, whether you need an economist, you need an engineer, you need somebody who's designing roads and highways or dams or whatever else you need to consult for a dispute. You can take their advice and then resolve matters. Now, this framework was put to try and make sure that all the challenges in dispute resolution are taken away. But unfortunately, after the law was enacted on 1st October 2018, it has still not seen effective implementation in most states. Already the Supreme Court, Delhi High Court and Bombay High Court have endorsed that amendment. And they have decided some cases taking note of the amendment. But unless those courts are created, this system will only stay in the book. So this even doesn't require any enactment of law. It's a central law notified by the parliament, passed by the parliament, notified by the government. It's only implementation that you need to nudge. Now over to you, Sandeep, on how you'd like to take it forward, or if you have any thoughts that you want us to help you think through.
So I think it's been a fascinating discussion and some deep insights in a few areas. And while we can keep talking, till the cows come home, but I really, as I said in the beginning, we just need to keep it simple and pick up a couple of ideas, which I think I've already picked up, and try and see if how we can kind of, take this forward. And, of course, as Arjun mentioned about tenure, talent, and of course, the judiciary, I think all these are very valid points, but they're also well known. And this is beyond the, I think, scope of CII to really get into it. But I think it's good to talk because there are people from the government as well who are listening. And I think this is well known. So there is a strong advocacy required from the CII side as well as from the industry. And the government is listening these days. So I hope some of these things get sorted out. As far as CII Eastern Region is concerned, we will certainly have taken note of your suggestions and advice. And I really thank all of you who've been here. And really wonderful in this session. We are in fact coming to a close. Before we close, I just want to ask if any one of you would like to give your closing comments. I hope, Amit, you got your due. Being the moderator, you often tend to ask questions and you don't get your chance. So it was good of Arjun to have flipped it. But if you have any other points to make a comment, and I'm of course going to get in touch with you later on that. And of course, Vinayak Chatterjee as well. Of course.
No, I think we have covered a large canvas, and I think the whole issue will be, as rightly identified, pick up 2 or 3 important things, prioritize them, pick up one state which is keen to implement, demonstrate, and once you have that, everything else will follow. Because if we get lost in doing too many things simultaneously and engaging multiplicities, we will do exactly what we have been doing for the last 30 years.
Right. Great. So thank you very much. Yeah. I think thank all of them, and thank you, Mr. Vinayak Chatterjee, Mr. Arjun Dhawan, and Mr. Amit Kapoor. All of you, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandeep.
Really appreciate.
Thanks, Vinayak. Good to see you. Thank you, Amit.
Pleasure. Thanks to the chair.
Thanks,
Good moderator.
Yeah, excellent moderator.
Thank you.
Good moderator. We are
very elegant.
Very elegant.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Take care. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Thank you for taking this session forward. Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. It's always a pleasure to have you on our sessions. Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Arjun. Thanks.
Thank you, Secretary.
Pleasure, Secretary. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So we now come to the final session for the day, and that's on the viability of financing. And we have some of the key financial institutions, the multilaterals, to discuss on taking forward the financing of infrastructure as we had planned. The session will be chaired and led by Mr. Shiv Siddhant Kaul. Mr. Kaul, session's on. Mr. Gadkari is there. So I hand over the session to you and take it forward, please. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Gadkari. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaikat. Welcome, Mr. Gadkari. Do we have everyone, Shaikat, in this session?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
All right. Well, very warm welcome to all our panelists and all our viewers. It's been a very interesting second half of today, and I think today's this concluding session of the inaugural day is something that is very important, because it will help us tie the discussions that have taken place together, which have involved government as well as the private sector in a very concrete manner. With that, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished panelists. We have Mr. Takio Konishi, who's the country director of the Asian Development Bank. We have Mr. Mitsunori Saito, the chief representative of JICA. We have Mr. TVSLN Murthy, who's the chairman and managing director of NEDFI. We have Mr. Arnab Bandyopadhyay, who's the lead transport specialist and the program leader from the World Bank. We have Mr. Rajat Misra, who's the director general infrastructure investment with the Asian Infrastructure Investment Fund. And leading them in the discussion, our moderator for today is Mr. Prasad Gadkari, who's the executive director and the chief strategy officer of the National Investment and Infrastructure Fund Limited. So with that, thank you all for joining us in this maiden edition of the East India Summit 2021. Among the highlights of our discussions today, really that took place earlier, was highlighting, how important the infrastructure growth in this region is to the government. We talked initially about the National Infrastructure Pipeline, which envisions transforming India into a 5 trillion economy. And we talked about the significant outlays in the various budgets under the NIP. I think it's estimated at about $1.4 trillion or 111 lakh crores for Indian participants. And this time frame is relatively short. We're talking about a time frame that started in FY 2019 and will extend to FY 2025. The core sectors are the subject of this conference, talking about roads, railways, energy, ports, and these areas are going to be about over 70% of the projected infrastructure investments. In fact, on the back of this, outlays and projections, we anticipate India is going to become the third largest construction market globally by next year. And to do this, to execute these infrastructure projects in the pipeline, we really need to make sure that our execution capabilities draw from best-in-class practices. We need global experience sharing. We need the latest technologies. And I think the multilateral agencies that we have in this panel are key to bringing those experiences to India. We've, over the next few days, where we have the detailed sessions with the states and the sectors, the goal, CII's goal, really is to highlight the infrastructure investment opportunities of this part of India. We all know the vital role that this area serves in the growth of the country. Both Mr. Kant and Mr. Sanyal in the inaugural session talked about the incredibly large multiplier effect that infrastructure investment has. Not only does it provide the initial spurt through investment expenditure, but it also provides a foundation to base future growth, to increase productivity, and to increase economic opportunity. And that is really what is going to drive growth in India and growth in Eastern India. Although Eastern India was the focus for, the focal area really for business and commerce at the time of the British Raj, Calcutta, in fact, was developed as a entry port for the British East India Company entry and export port. It has in the last 35 years not kept pace with the development and growth in the other parts of India. And perhaps as a result, perhaps due to the infrastructure is needing some upgrading. So we need significant investment in infrastructure in this part of India. In terms of resource endowment, the Eastern region is home to a diverse set of sectors. The bulk of India's mining activity is concentrated in the East. We have a lot of heavy industry. We have an extensive coast on the eastern side of the country. And where we really need to increase the infrastructure presence is in roads and highways, airports, and perhaps some other modern technology-driven industries, and also some higher tech, I would say, manufacturing industries, in areas like chemicals, petrochemicals, automotive, that really is not a strong part of the industrial portfolio in this part of the country. So, the interesting thing about the East from CII's perspective is that, and we talked about this earlier, is that the Eastern region is in a way a hinterland to a very large part of the world, not just India. Because if you look at the Bay of Bengal area, the neighborhood, it includes not just the eastern states, not just the northeastern states, but also the very large country of Bangladesh and the countries of Bhutan and Nepal. If you extend it a little more, you can include Myanmar, and these are very large markets. So how do we, in a way, build this infrastructure to enable this geographic reality? We talked about how can, in Mr. Khan's address, how can the asset or the fact of the long borders in this part become a part of the assets of this region? And we have a lot of enabling provisions in terms of the BBIN agreements. We have close cooperation between India and Bangladesh in developing a pan-national waterway network, in reviving the dormant rail networks that fell into disuse and disrepair after 1965. And in enabling and restarting these projects, again, the multilateral agencies have an extremely strong role to play. World Bank, JICA, ADB, AIIB, these are all vital partners in the infrastructure build out of this region. And I look forward to hearing more from them. Now I would invite our moderator of this session to facilitate these discussions and really help us to prepare a roadmap for how we can all work together and make this infrastructure development a reality. Mr. Prasad Gadkari, the floor is yours. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kaul, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I think I would like to thank the CII for hosting this very important summit. which is focused on, and as rightly brought out by speakers before me, on a very important part of India, on the East and Northeast India, and how do we catalyze, how do we give a fillip to the infrastructure development in this part of the world. We have a panel of esteemed guests here with us, and I hope to have an insightful discussion with them. Before we start, for those of you who may not be fully aware, the National Investment and Infrastructure Investment Fund, or NIIF, we are an infrastructure and a private equity fund manager, which has been anchored by the Government of India in partnership with international investors like multilaterals. So some of my colleagues here are investors in NIIF, as also some sovereign wealth funds, pension funds. So in some sense, NIIF itself is a public-private partnership entity. We currently manage about $4.5 billion across 3 equity funds, mainly focused on infrastructure and private equity in growth sectors of the Indian economy. From the lineup of speakers since afternoon, I think you've already heard of the various infrastructure programs, the National Infrastructure Pipeline, the National Monetization Pipeline. And so I'm not going to delve into that all over again. Clearly, there is a massive opportunity standing in front of all of us, and that's evident. I would like to perhaps leave with you 3 or 4 key messages as we start this panel discussion. Message number 1 in my mind is, as a precursor to these infrastructure programs, there has been a lot of preparatory work which has been going on for the last several years. And all of this, are pieces of a jigsaw puzzle as I see it. And the government has taken efforts to put together some very interesting project and investment structures over the last few years, which enables a diverse set of market participants to play and participate into the infrastructure sector. So clearly, and I think policymakers have realized that across developers, contractors, pension funds, multilaterals, infrastructure private equity funds, each of these are distinctive entities. Whilst all of them invest and put capital to work in infrastructure, each of them have different horizons, different risk considerations, different strengths, weaknesses, etc., etc. And therefore, the government has tried to tailor structures which will suit different pockets. And I'll give a few examples. If you look at people who follow the road sector or the water sector, people who, especially on the infrastructure development side, companies which are comfortable to take construction risk but do not want to take market risk, what government has done is created a model called HAM. HAM stands for hybrid annuity model. So it passes on the construction risk but takes away the market risk completely. The complete opposite of that is another model which you might have heard is the TOT model, or the toll operate transfer model. That has been created really for developers, investors who are comfortable with the market risk but do not want to take construction risk. So here in itself, as you can compare and contrast, these are 2 different kind of models. Then there is a third investment product which is called InvITs. Again, some of you would have heard about it, infrastructure investment trusts. And this is more cleared and suited for investors with a passive outlook to investments. We have seen InvITs in the power transmission space, in the road sector. In the airport space, 10 years back, there was a model when Bombay, Delhi was privatized and brought to the market. 2 years back, the government revised this model called OMDA, which is the Operate, Maintain, Development Agreement, and made it into a 50-year contract with a passenger service driven model. Again, the structure was changed. So the point I'm highlighting is, I think the government has very explicitly tried to keep tailoring and customizing its project structures depending on what the market needs, what the participants are looking forward to. I think that's a very important message I wanted to highlight to the audience. Message number 2 is really, I think the government again has taken steps to institute several, what would I call, investor-friendly, company-friendly regulations and policies. And again, I'm not trying to say situation is perfect and everything is, sorted out. But clearly, we see several active steps being taken to improve life, improve profitability, improve attractiveness of sector. So whether it's lowering of the corporate taxation rates, whether it's abolishing of dividend distribution tax, the kind of tax benefits which has been given to the sovereign funds and pension funds for investing in infrastructure, which ultimately comes into the projects which all of us invest into. Recently, you might have heard last week, they have announced the single window clearance, which is a national single window clearance under DPIIT for reducing all the time and cost delays which happen in getting clearances. So several steps being taken one by one by the government to ease in life, ease in the way business is done, especially in the infrastructure space. The third important point I wanted to highlight was really we are seeing a gradual traction and clearly a traction in mid to large projects in all parts of the country. And yes, I also include East and Northeast India. Within, if I look at the national infrastructure pipeline, we are seeing a bunch of very interesting mid to large size projects. So on one hand, we have mid-sized projects in the smart metering space, which a lot of Eastern and Northeastern states are coming up with into the market. Then there are fairly large size multimodal logistics parks being planned in Assam. There's a massive highway, or rather a railway line on the Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor called Sonnagar-Gomo, which is being brought on a PPP basis. There are Namami Gange projects. There are port privatization and port monetization projects. So diverse kind of projects actively coming up in East and Northeast is what we are seeing. As NIF, we have been participating. We have already present in several sectors in the eastern side. We have investments in express logistics centers in Assam, in Kolkata region. We have transmission projects in Bihar. We have financed mid-income and affordable housing projects in Kolkata region. So already there are a bunch of investments, and I'm quite hopeful that we will get to do far more. And the last message is really around financing, which is the main topic here. And as we have noted that we have massive financing needs, and whilst we are seeing government obviously is a pillar of support and the key investor and financier, but only government cannot take the whole load. We need other people to come in. And whilst we are seeing emergence of private investors and pension funds and sovereign funds, I think the important point is we need continuing support and involvement from some of our oldest friends, and which is the multilateral and the international financing agencies. I think they have been pillars and massive pillars of support for India for several decades together. And we clearly see a big role for them, and clearly hope that they will continue to play a very critical role in financing Indian infrastructure. And I think that's a good segue into our panel discussion today. We are fortunate to have an array of top leaders from key multilaterals and development financing agencies. And what I intend to do is really first call upon our guests one by one to make their initial remarks, and after which we will do a Q&A session with them. With that, let me first invite Mr. Takeo Konishi from Asian Development Bank to make his opening remarks, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gakhardi, and thank you very much, Mr. Cole, and thank you for the distinguished panelists and attendees who's joined online. I'm very happy to be a part of this panel today, and thank you, and thanks to CII for inviting ADB to be part of this East Asia Summit. Allow me to just go briefly touch upon ADB's operations in India. And let me begin by the overview. ADB's operation in India. And ADB's assistance to India is guided by three principles under the country partnership strategy, currently covering 2018 to 2022. And it focuses on three strategic pillars. One is building industry competitiveness to create more jobs and greater support to low-income states. And third is addressing climate change impact. Now, ADB combines project financing with knowledge support, capacity development, project effectiveness assistance, and project readiness financing facility that we have, different toolkits that we have under our belt. Now, economic corridor development is a major area of ADB support to build India's competitiveness and creating jobs. And ADB, we have been helping government of India develop the country's first coastal economic corridor, which has been mentioned earlier, the East Coast Economic Corridor, ECEC, which spreads about over 4 states from Kolkata to Kanyakumari. And ADB's been already completed master planning of identifying industrial nodes in Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. And we have been investing more than 2 billion in these states, covering transport, power, urban infrastructure, industrial infrastructure, and policy and regulatory reforms. and comprehensive development plan for Odisha and West Bengal corridor have also been developed and accepted by the states currently. And also allow me to mention that here in the continuity of ECEC and to give concrete shape to India's Act East policy, ADB took up a feasibility study to develop an economic corridor in the Northeast region, or NER, and let me come back to that a bit later. And support to low-income states constitute the bulk of ADB's portfolio in India. Over the years, ADB has developed a multi-sectoral engagement with northeastern states to support these states in addressing critical infrastructure and capacity, shall we say, deficiency. We have been we also made critical intervention in Bihar, Jharkhand, and West Bengal. Some of the ADB funded projects such as State Highway in Bihar and Jharkhand and in the Northeast region have brought transformation changes in connectivity. ADB supports India's National Rural Road Program, and PMGSY is helping build or upgrade over 46,000 kilometers of road in 5 states, 3 of which are in the east or northeast region, such as Assam, West Bengal, and Odisha. Similarly, ADB has supported power sector reform with transmission and distribution network investment in Assam and Meghalaya, and improvement to urban water and sanitation services in several NER cities and in Kolkata, and cities in Bihar and Jharkhand as well. Now, the CII platform road connectivity project has helped improve the road connectivity and efficiency of the international trade corridor, which Gadkari mentioned also, by improving road in North Bengal and Northeastern region. The project is a key throughout the integrating South and Southeast Asia bordering Bangladesh, Bhutan, Myanmar, and Nepal. Now, overall, our ADB's proposed annual commitment is approximately 4 billion to India, comprising both sovereign and non-sovereign sector loan. In 2020, ADB's commitment was around 3.92 billion for sovereign and another 356 million for non-sovereign projects. And in August 2021, ADB's portfolio constitute about 63 loans worth about 14 billion, and bulk of the portfolio is in transport, energy, urban sector, besides the human development in agriculture and natural resources and finance sectors. As earlier mentioned, let me come back to the Northeast Economic Corridor. Upon the request of the Government of India, ADB had undertaken and conducted a feasibility study to develop economic corridor study in the Northeast region. The draft final report was shared with the government, and extensive consultation has been taking place with the stakeholder. We conducted about 5 workshops and to receive feedback, and we hope to, shall we say, finalize the report and be able to disseminate this later on. Now, just to give a snapshot of the main objective of the corridor in Northeast region are to identify the industry and sectors and priority intervention needed in terms of border centers, key enablers, and like projects in transport and trade facilitation, urban infrastructure, energy, and regulatory areas. Now, the key finding, just going through it briefly. The first one is, as Gadkari also mentioned, the first one is a multimodal transport network is envisioned to enhance the connectivity within the Northeast region and also NER and the rest of India. And third, NER with neighboring country. This will help better connect South Asia region and Southeast Asia region, and this includes the network of road, railway, and waterways. Second finding of the study pays attention to the economic uplifting and equitable development of the individual NER states and the region. And the study had identified about 24 growth centers and 20 broader border centers that will drive the development of the state based on their potential. Now, the three key infrastructure area identified for development includes transport, urban, and power, which acts as an enabler to equitable economic development across the states and the region. Third, all three sectors of the economy are examined for their potential in NER, such as agriculture and food processing sector, developing wood-based product such as bamboo and rubber products to give push to the manufacturing, and developing tourism sector, including medical tourism. And the fourth, the study pays attention to the international trade aspect, building on the transport network within NER connecting to the international gateway. And the study recommends enhancement of the border facilities to the neighboring country, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, Myanmar, and other than focusing on the 19 land custom station in the region. It is also suggested that the off-border clearance by establishing inland clearance depot, and recommends technology-based solution to ensure faster movement of the goods across the border. The fifth study emphasized improved new regulatory measures to facilitate cross-border transport, farm-level policy by states for promoting agricultural activity and productivity in NERs. And the corridor development approach is tied to the India's regional cooperation and integration, or shall we say the RCI strategy, to link South Asia through the Northeast region with Southeast Asia as part of the government's Act East policy. And ADB is supporting the regional cooperation programs such as SASEC and also BIMSTEC, which are helping ramp up the transport, energy, and trade facilitation. These RCI programs have been providing India's less developed, shall we say, eastern and northeastern region with a better transport, energy, tourism, and trade links with neighboring Bangladesh and Bhutan, Nepal and Myanmar. And the following of the engagement with NEE study, ADB has introduced a new financial instrument called Project Readiness Financing to provide support to NER states in preparing for new projects. So we envision this engagement will create about project worth about 2 billion in the forthcoming years in the NER states. So allow me to stop here and just allow me to, I look forward in hearing from the other panelists in this discussion, but just to give a little bit of flavor in terms of our engagement, placing emphasis on these three pillars, strategic pillars, so that connectivity, infrastructure, and all the industry and manufacturing are addressed equally, so that we can see, shall we say, a focused area of investment, which may lead to a boost in the export market and export ability, also including the job market within India. So thank you very much, Mr. Gakkali, and back to you.
Thank you, Konishi-san. And next, can I invite Mr. Mitsunori Saito from JICA for his interventions, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Gakkali, and thanks to Mr. Siddhant Kaur and the other distinguished guests. So for me too, this is a very great honor to be invited to this very important conference workshop, and I'm happy to present some of our activities being done currently done in East and North Eastern region of India. But before starting that, let me briefly touch upon JICA's outline of JICA's activity. Second slide, please. Should I? How can I move ahead? Page. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So JICA is one of the Japanese government's agency which takes care of the technical cooperation, grant aid, and ODA loan activities in developing countries. So JICA uses different tools to come up with a holistic, integrated maximum output of our clients. Next slide. So when it comes to our cooperation with India, in the left side of the slide, you can easily find India having lots of development agenda issues, such as urbanization, how to develop industry, how to realize more inclusive growth, covering rural areas as well as poorer part of society. So for this the great number of issues, our assistance policy shown in the right of the slide is our direction is one is for sustainable and inclusive growth and the strengthening of industrial competitiveness of India. And as discussed a lot, mentioned by many colleagues so far, connectivity, enhancing connectivity is a very crucial issues. With these philosophy or directions kept in mind, we tackle different projects shown in the center of the page. But let's move on to the next slide. In terms of volume of support for India, I don't get in touch. I will not get into details, but when I look at the middle level of the slide, our annual new commitment for India is almost 23 or 25,000 crores per year in terms of commitment, together with 25 or 30 crores of disbursement. A majority of those amount of money goes to, as shown in the pie graphic, transportation. Transportation means, when you look at the right side, yes, we have many metro rail projects in metro cities, and also we have DFC, dedicated freight corridor. DFC western side actually connecting Delhi and Mumbai. So we are not involved in the eastern part of the network. Anyway, and also we have many of you are aware about our high-speed railway project connecting Mumbai and Ahmedabad. Construction has already started quite recently. So this is the very, very rough feature of our activities in India. And can you move next and the next second page after this? Next one. When we quickly move to East India, as mentioned earlier, metro rail is one of our showcase. And one showcase is there in Kolkata to improve movement of persons and the services and reduce traffic jams and reduce carbon emission. We have been supporting construction of Kolkata East-West Metro project, which is about construction of around 17 kilometers section of metro line connecting Salt Lake area in the east up to Hala Station. And yes, so far 7 kilometers eastern section have already been commissioned and became operational. So maybe next year we will be able to celebrate completion of the whole section. And next slide, please. Not only for transport, but we have been supporting sustainable power supply to the area. And these days, you know, carbon emission is a great preoccupation for everyone. Since quite a long time, JICA has been aware of this issue, and we have been putting focus on eco-friendly power generation, such as pumped storage power generation, which widely utilize unused power supply in the nighttime, and so as to further generate power in the daytime. So we do have this kind of support sometimes using Japanese high technologies. Next slide, please. And talking about the Northeast, this is not only about JICA, but our government takes up the issue, the agenda quite seriously. And since 2017, our governments agreed to set up one forum called Act East Forum. So basically annually, from time to time, both governments sit together and discuss future cooperation in northeastern area. For us, for Japan, northeastern area has sort of new focus in our future activities, given the nature of the area, which is still underdeveloped, but which means the region has a big potential for further economic and social development. So when you look at JICA's portfolio or pipeline project list in recent years, partly thanks to this forum, many more candidate projects are coming up from Department of Economic Affairs. Anyway, when you look at the ongoing or already commitment project, next slide, please. Even now, we have quite enlarged portfolio of projects covering not all states, but most of the states. So these are our ongoing projects, ranging from forest management projects, SICM, to water supply project for the city of Guwahati in Assam, and as mentioned by Mr. Konishi, ADB, JICA or Japan looks very attentively about the potential of the region in terms of regional integration, not only within states or within Northeast and Eastern region, but also where we look at the connectivity with neighboring countries like Bangladesh, Myanmar, and so on. That is with this view background, just like ADB, JICA is supporting road network as shown in as colored in red in this picture. Sections directly or almost directly connecting to neighboring Bangladesh or Myanmar. So the road network construction is becoming one of our largest financial social support to Northeastern region. Next slide, please. And one example of those is our project for the construction of Dubri Bridge connecting Assam and Meghalaya. Construction of roughly 20-kilometer long big bridge, and preparatory construction work has already begun. If I remember correct, January this year, despite hard time due to COVID-19. So we are very much keen to see this monumental project to go ahead smoothly. So these are actual lineup of our support, especially in the infrastructure project. But the JICA's attention, JICA's focus is not limited on physical infrastructure aspects. I mean, when you talk about the infrastructure, yeah, that could be human resource or skill development, and in recent days, of course, health of people is a really basic, crucial infrastructure. So from that context, JICA has taken on support in the social sector in the region. For example, we are now formulating a project in health sector in several states. One is for strengthening of AIMS in Assam, and also we have in this discussion with strengthening of hospital network, medical network, tertiary, secondary, tertiary hospital network in several states. These are quite a new area for us, but JICA would like to extend our support in a more balanced manner, so that we can deal with, and we can help Indian government's effort to deal with different challenges and the opportunities facing Northeastern and East India region. Yeah, I stop it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saito-san. And next, can I call Mr. Murthy from the Northeast Development Finance Institution to make his comments?
Thanks, Mr. Gadkari. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is in the previous session, you must have heard that he was unable to tell what exactly this organization So I just wanted to brief 2-3 points about the organization, Northeast Development Finance Corporation. It works under close administrative control of the donor ministry. And we are the nodal agency for all the central government ministries and also for the state governments in many of the projects that are being sponsored or taken up by the government. We do the third-party verification for all the central government projects in delivering the subsidy components, etc. We also do financing to industries, and we have a two-pronged approach. We have to finance to the infrastructure projects, etc. And we also provide finance to the microfinance institutions for onward lending to the first generation entrepreneurs. And we also do some studies on behalf of central government. Recently, we have zeroized on one project, is connectivity, infrastructure, and the business opportunities with Bangladesh, Myanmar, Bhutan, and Nepal. So in coordination with the Ministry of External Affairs, we are doing that. So that we will be given to the CII. They can see the opportunities there. And also we do consulting, and the governments, state governments and state government will take us our consultancy services. They make us, suppose now Dhubri, there is a bridge project, just now the gentleman has told. So these projects, before they take up, they'll ask us, what is the viability, what is the business opportunities? If you construct those bridges, the other bridge, it was recently opened by the Prime Minister. So all these things, before we make a study, what is the usefulness of these bridges? What is the advantages? What is the business opportunity? What is going to be? So these are all things, consultancy services also, NetFee will do. NetFee is a very credible organization for, we closely coordinate with the Northeast Council also. So before I say anything, I just have a few points to make. Only one point which I always, both for the industry, for the government, eastern part, if you say, the eastern part is different from Northeast regions, number one. And among Northeast also, each state has got its unique problems. If you see Northeast, Assam is different and other states are different. And if you take Assam out, then other states may, Manipur is different. See the problems, the infrastructure requirements, the kind of government intervention is different from each different state. One policy for entire Northeast will never work. I'll just give a simple example. And Arunachal Pradesh has been trying. There is a place, Machuka. Machuka is a beautiful place where good opportunities are available. It is also military bases there. But they are unable to start a flight. Even I know last 2-3 years, they said 50% of the capacity they will sponsor. Still, they could not come. Now, maybe in another 6 months or 3 months down the line, Alliance Air may run a flight. So, unless the people go to that place, so you can't develop any economic activity in that particular place. So, the question is, you are developing the roads. Very nice. But to reach to that place, to the road, even after revised that new road, it takes 6 hours, 5 hours. So how many people are ready to go by road to reach that place? So air connectivity is very important. Then rail connectivity. Now we are proudly saying that rail is reached to all the state government headquarters. But the catch is the economics of the scale. Because railways don't give preference unless it is a profitable list. If you see the profit in Northeast, it is very difficult because the population is very less. So how the railways will manage to continuously run these trains irrespective of their income streams? So that is another. Then telephone connectivity. Even today, literally today, there are places where you don't have a telephone connectivity because nobody else will establish their towers except BSNL. Even that also may work, it may not work because it is not economical for the person who is establishing the tower. So my point is government's policy should be state specific, and they should completely, this is central government. Again, state government has got limited resources. They don't have a limited opportunity. So central government has to give a robust policy, keeping the geographical location of that particular state and the requirement and the resources. So central government intervention is compulsory and it is needed. So unless that is there, you can't see the development. Once this basic infrastructure like flight, rail, and telephone, road anyway, there is a huge improvement in road connectivity, as that's thanks to central government. That is not a, these three connectivity, if you have this connectivity, there is a huge potential for tourism and other economic activity. Third point is to create the economic activity. Nobody else come from outside will come and do the start the industry or this thing, except in Assam. Assam, I got a lot of investment from different states, from Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, so many places I seen. But all other states, they don't, there is no outside investment. So the investment within the states has to be encouraged. So first generation entrepreneurs and the local people has to be encouraged. I have seen many places where it is very difficult to a person coming from outside and starting an industry. So our main mandate is that to encourage the indigenous first generation entrepreneurs and then support them. That's why I run a venture capital fund also. I'm advocating other state governments to start the venture capital funds, which can be managed by us. And here, I need the CIIs. And there is a lot of opportunity here. See, I said capital investment subsidy, working capital interest subsidy, insurance subsidy, transport and freight subsidy, IT income tax refund subsidy, excise subsidy. There are so many subsidies are there. When I made an analysis recently, 85% of the subsidy is being used by Assam only. So how you will get a development in other 7 states? So there should be a policy which is to be specifically targeted state, and according to that state's geography or political conditions and other problems, the policy should be formed, and definitely NATFI will play a vital role. Already we are playing a very vital role in reaching out to the far-flung areas where the normal banking people will not reach there. We are reaching out. But the question is how to make it viable is in the hands of state government. For the next the central government, coming next 10 years, they should not look for any income. They should support. They should invest money in improving the infrastructure. If this infrastructure is improved, definitely Northeast will certainly become on par with the other states. These are the few initial remarks which I just wanted to. Before anybody, any questions, I can take later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Murthy. And now, can I invite Mr. Arnab Bandyopadhyay from World Bank?
Thanks, Prashad. Thanks, Mr. Kaul. Thanks, my fellow panelists. Good evening, everyone, particularly those who are connected virtually. It's indeed my pleasure to be with you, and thanks to CII for actually inviting me in this August gathering. So let me also start by saying that World Bank's engagement in India is essentially shaped by our country partnership framework 2018 to 2022, and it has also 3 pillars as mentioned by Mr. Konisi from ADB, but those are slightly different. So the first is promoting resource efficient growth. The second is enforcing competitiveness and enabling job creation. And then the third is investing in human capital. And if these are the wards where we are working on during this period particularly, the house are essentially leveraging the private sector, strengthening the public sector institutions, engaging through federal India, which means all of the layers in the central government, the state governments, and the cities, and also to ensure a more equitable distribution of growth, which has been an issue in India, as you know. And there are a few other houses where I'm not going into. Out of this, of course, infrastructure does occupy a large space. In the bank, we, I think, tend to define infrastructure a little narrowly, where energy, transport, and digital development are put in infrastructure. However, what we call typically sustainable development, which includes urban, water, agriculture, and I would even say today the health and education infrastructure, everything is infrastructure. So all of this put together, I think our lending, about 65 to 70% of the lending is actually going for infrastructure creation. The last couple of years has been a bit different because of the increase in demand post-COVID in the health sector and social protection, as well as also SME sectors. However, we have been lending about $4 billion. It went up to actually $5 billion because of the COVID demand, and I think it will somehow stabilize around $4 billion going forward. Now, coming back to infrastructure, I think the key principles which drive our infrastructure engagement are essentially, like any other sector in India, is what we call the gradualism and evolution. And all of us know that in India the reforms process is slow, but and follows a very gradual approach. So I think we need to kind of align with that. The second, I think, what we have particularly focused during this period is from projects to institutions of service delivery, what we call. So a lot of focus on actually service delivery, be it as in transport, be it in water, be it in energy sector. So a lot of focus, say, in the distribution sector, power for all agenda, a lot of focus in actually now moving to urban transport and improving urban transport service delivery. Also delivery of water, solid waste management, etc. So that's, I think, another key principle. Globally, I think three things are shaping the bank's engagement in infrastructure. First is climate transition. And we are in the middle of this climate transition, which every country is going to face, and India is not an exception, not just because it's one of the largest emitters, but also any development transition bank strongly believes is going to be a climate transition. So I think that is impacting and going to impact quite a bit our engagement in infrastructure. Second, I already mentioned that moving from infrastructure to more of an integrated view of infrastructure service delivery. And third, which is very important and I think particularly relevant for today, is what we call private capital mobilization. Because there's a simple realization that all of these development institutions together will not be able to meet even a fraction of what is actually required for kind of development or infrastructure development. And we must, that's why try and see how we can leverage crowding private financing, de-risk market. So following these three principles, I'm not going to talk about the overall India program, but briefly what we are trying to do in this region, in the Eastern region, let me try and put it in different buckets. So one of the things is on the connectivity agenda, what we are trying to develop is like, of course, what JICA is doing on the western side, as you know, we are developing on the eastern side, the Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor, the heavy haul the rail system. And along with that, what we are trying to do, we are trying to develop a more connected infrastructure from the transport point of view, or more multimodal. So we have also started looking at waterway development. This is on National Waterway 1, and then in fact it has a regional dimension because essentially connecting to National Waterway 2, Brahmaputra in Assam, through kind of a seamless connectivity through Bangladesh. And that's what we are trying to do to coordinate the key programs in this country so that we can develop a corridor of 3,500 or 4,000 kilometers of waterways, and an alternate mode of transport, and green and energy efficient as well. You might have heard about the term Eastern Grid, which is now becoming a reality. Similarly, on the highway side, we have been engaged in the eastern side for long on National Highway 2, developing almost entirely the National Highway 2 and its evolution from 2-lane to 4-lane to a large section of it is the 6-lane. What we are currently trying to do is we are trying to see that across the border, how, or even on the road connectivities could be improved, and the same on the energy side, how energy can, we can have in one grid, single grid, regional grid concept. Coming to the second bucket, which is more, I would say, supplementary. Once we develop this, economic corridors, then I think there is an excellent opportunity to develop logistic clusters, green economic zones on these particular corridor, and I think create that space for private sector, engagement. And for that, it is very important to essentially develop the last mile connectivity, which is again a critical challenge in India. So many of our projects are actually focusing at the state level in creating this last mile connectivity, looking at the secondary network for the various, the transport, mostly of course roads, and how we can bring in the connectivity to this corridors, the economic corridors. I think that's a focus. I'm not going to name the state. We have projects in West Bengal, we have projects in Bihar, we have projects in Assam, exactly where we're working with the state to supplement from the state side to build capacity and provide the last mile connectivity in all modes, including, say, we have specific engagement in waterways. The third, I would say, is focusing on the whole service delivery agenda, and I think an area where India has to do much better is logistics. So we are also developing a state-level logistics program like in West Bengal, and logistics infrastructure is also a big challenge. Prasad, you mentioned about this multimodal logistic park, but besides multimodal logistic park, I think even in the logistics space, there are many other things to do, which particularly the intermodal connectivity, etc., is very, very important. And then the whole reform part around it, which we are working on. In Northeast specifically, I would like to mention a couple of initiatives. On the energy side, we are actually supporting 5 out of the 7 sisters in improving their essentially the energy transmission capability. And I think that's very, very important for Northeast because it has a huge potential. This is a huge potential as a region, as my previous speaker, Mr. Murthy, was mentioning. And also what we are trying to do in Northeast is looking at more integrated transport improvement, and not looking at a particular mode, but seeing how we can exploit the potential of water transport, potential of even the urban mobility, etc., because this is a region where urbanization is going to happen. That is the kind of next frontier. So these are a couple of projects in different states we are doing, but again trying to develop in a synchronized manner so that as a region it could develop. So let me stop here, and happy to take any question later, or wait for your question later. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnab. And now can I call Mr. Rajat Mishra from the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, please?
Thanks, Prasad. I'll probably just take a couple of minutes to introduce AIB in general, as I'm not very sure how many people know about it. So AIB is the latest multilateral formed about 6 years back. As of now, we have 103 members globally, with most countries in Asia being member. And there's a slight difference in the mandate from other multilaterals like World Bank and ADB, as my colleagues just mentioned. So our focus is almost entirely on infrastructure. And in fact, that's enshrined in our articles as well, which mentions, and if I may read out a line, that our mandate is to foster sustainable economic development, create wealth, and improve infrastructure connectivity in Asia by investing in infrastructure and other productive sectors. So the infrastructure and connectivity are enshrined in our articles themselves, and our projects also reflect that. If I come to specific projects in India and in Northeast, we are just started off, so it's obviously not as impressive as what World Bank and ADB have. But also I would like to mention that we also collaborate a lot with both our financing partners as well as other bilateral agencies in developing infrastructure. We are doing a number of projects together, as well as projects on our own. Our total approved projects stood at around 26 billion globally, out of which India was the largest borrower by a considerable margin, accounting for more than $6 billion of approval. And interestingly, Bangladesh was the third largest borrower with about 3 billion projects of approval in the last quarter. So India and Bangladesh together account for almost $10 billion out of $26 billion that we approved so far. And I'll get into some details on that and how that's improving connectivity. Another interesting part is that when we set ourselves some goals for over next 10 years, what we want to do. So cross-border connectivity is an important part of our mandate. And so we have broadly set ourselves a goal that about 30% of investments would be cross-border connectivity over 10 years, that is by 2030. And also then there are other goals like private capital mobilization, which has to be 50% by 2030. Since we believe in sustainable infrastructure, about 50% of projects have to be climate resilient by 2025, which we already have. So coming to specifically India and Northeast, the only active engagement we have right now is in Assam, in a considerable way, where right now we are working, for example, on a secondary road development project, which is essentially concentrated in Upper Assam, linking tea gardens and the commercial centers like Dibrugarh to the national highway and the Asian highway. Other than that, we are working on large transmission and distribution upgradation project in Assam, about $800 million. Other than that, we are not working actively. We don't have any active projects in any of the Northeast states, though we obviously would like to do more. But interestingly, if I find out that we are doing a lot on the connectivity aspect on the other side of the border, that is in Bangladesh. So some of the projects we are working on and have approved, for example, is the Sylhet-Tambil road, which is connecting Sylhet to Tambil, which is on Indian border on Meghalaya side. And similarly, another project we approved earlier this year was Mymensingh Kevatkali Bridge, which is a bridge taking care of a major bottleneck on the Dhaka-Mymensingh Indian border connectivity project. And as Arnab knows, we are also working with the World Bank on a Western Economic Corridor in Bangladesh, which in some way connects to the Petropol border with Bangladesh. So while on the Indian side, we don't have too many regional connectivity projects, we are working on a fair bit on the Bangladesh side. I'd also just like to just mention one point that since we collaborate a lot with our multilateral partners, so we are primarily a project financing bank. We are not so much into upstream policy advisory. We are still very young and very small as of now. So, which is why you'll find that we don't have typical a policy advisory kind of role that our partners do, and we rely on them to do that advocacy and reforms for us. On the private capital mobilization, again, we have set up a target of having 50% of our book by private sector over next 10 years. And for us, both public sector and private sector reside in the same balance sheet, pretty much like what ADB has. In fact, one of our first private sector projects when I joined about 5 years back, where we are also anchor investors in NIF fund of funds, which has a considerable multiplier effect because they in turn invest in other funds which can invest in projects and so on. So this was just a little bit about AIB, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajat. And I think it's been great to listen to all of you. I'm just mindful of the time, and I think several of you have actually touched upon several questions which I wanted to raise. So just one quick question to Mr. Kaul, our organizers. How are we doing on time? do we have time for one round of questions per person?
Kaikat, how are we doing on time?
Yes, Mr. Kaul, we have time till 6. So I think we have 12 minutes. I should be good enough for a round of questions. Mr. Gadkari?
Okay, excellent. Maybe we'll do a quick round of questions.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll start with Konishi-san first, and I think he's already touched upon several things which ADB is doing. One question I had was, especially across all sectors, one important sector in today's times especially is healthcare. And do you have any special program or product for financing healthcare kind of projects?
Thank you, Mr. Gadkari. Very important question in light of what we have gone through previously. And I think the foremost important thing is that we identify, shall we say, the strengths that India has, and shall we say, certain areas that we need, shall we say, further improvement. And it's noteworthy that through this pandemic highlighted the importance and the needs in the health sector and the need for more investment, shall we say. As such, ADB will be scaling up its financing assistance in India in improving healthcare system, including the infrastructure to enhance resilience for the preparation for the future pandemic, shall we say. And for this, I think ADB is working closely with Minister of Health and National Health Authority in strengthening the health sector, including more private participation through PPP, also supporting the digitization agenda, providing knowledge support. Let's see, and the initial stage of COVID-19 pandemic, I think ADB supported about 1.5 billion assistance for health sector improvement and to support the government's social protection measure for the poor and the vulnerables. And subsequent to that, we are providing assistance to government's central COVID war room for real-time pandemic data monitoring and also community campaigns in major cities on vaccine hesitancies and evaluation of the government's social protection measures. Apart from this, I think ADB approved about 300 million loan in December last year to strengthen and improve the access to comprehensive primary health care in the urban area. And needless to say that ADB is also supporting the vaccination program, for which ADB and the government is looking at supporting the government of India around 1.5 billion, which also we will be taking to the board in October. And hopefully this will ease, shall we say, the budgetary support and constraints on the vaccine side. This is also in collaboration with AIIB co-financing. So 1.5 from ADB, probably 500 million from AIIB, that's in total about 2 billion in the vaccine sphere and the vaccination program support to the government of India. But we will be continuously working towards shifting our portfolio also, as earlier mentioned, towards the health and education side also, and health infrastructure will be one of the key component and element in supporting this endeavor with the government of India. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Gadkari. Thank you.
Thank you, Konishi-san. And I think that sounds quite amazing, the kind of stuff you're doing on healthcare, which is a very critical area right now. Coming to you, Mr. Saito-san, I think you have been a huge supporter on the rail side, as you have outlined, across DFC, the high-speed rail, the metro rail projects, and we can see a dominant force over there. Is there any other sector in the next few years you think which can attract a similar kind of a focus from JICA? I mean, you touched upon several, but if you have to point out one other large sector. If you're speaking, sorry, you're on mute.
I'm so sorry. Yes, railway sector will, I think, remain as the priority in terms of financial amount. given the fact that ongoing projects, including high-speed railway and some other metro. Delhi Metro is now getting into fourth phase of network expansion. So construction will go on in the years to come. So financially, yes, the railway will remain number one. But in my personal view, apart from figures and volume, yes, we definitely slightly shift our focus more on social sector, including health and especially job creation, skill training, or improvement of climate change, investment to climate, and a startup business creation or support. Actually, leaving a big numbers figures aside, we are currently very busy on formulating new projects or initiatives on those areas. So yes, probably we will slightly shift our focus more on health and job creation, and yes, economic development, sound, sustainable economic development as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Saito-san. Again, it sounds very promising. Coming to you, Mr. Murthy, and thank you for enlightening everybody on the, I think, the critical role and maybe at times underappreciated what the Northeast Development Financial Institution is doing. And you really were able to articulate it very well. One thing I was thinking about is, since you're so, you're located there and your domain and focus is that, do you or are you able to co-finance projects if some private sector is doing a road or a transmission or a renewable project there? Can NEDFI come in as a financier on its own or jointly with some state bank or any other banks for financing these long-term projects? You're on mute, Mr. Murthy.
Absolutely, that is what we are doing at an affordable rate of interest. Also, we are joining with the state banks in the infrastructure financing, and some loans we are syndicating also. We are doing it, and we are part funding, and we are enlisting the other lenders to come and give the finance. So we are ready to finance. Absolutely, we are, and we are at a very good position also financially and sound balance sheet. No problem for that.
Excellent. Okay. Thank
but I take this opportunity to request the CII and other people who are on this stage. The industry funding side, there is no depth of finance, because some of the companies which are coming, they are multinational companies. Their headquarters are at different places of the country, and they are getting the finance from their bankers. The major issue here comes is that small and medium funding. For this, I think some of the industries has to come, some of the maybe investment companies should come forward and join with us in funding into the first generation entrepreneurs. That is lacking here. Because of that, formal funding is in short. The highest exploitation, highest rate of interest is being charged by the unorganized lenders. So that is the one major suffering the people of Northeast are facing. So I need some of the investment funds to come and give the, it is definitely a good income also. You see, now I am running one venture capital fund. I am able to close some of the fundings Within 3-4 years, I'm getting back with 18% interest. But only thing that fund is needed. We need fund to fund the first generation entrepreneurs. Very good entrepreneurs are there, and very enterprising entrepreneurs are there. Very innovative products are there coming up, but the formal funding is in short. So through this platform, I'm requesting all those people who are into this financing, give a fund to reach out to the first generation entrepreneurs.
Thank you for your inputs, Murthy. I think it's a useful input for all of us on the table and CII. Quickly moving on, Arnab, I think you made a point about climate, how climate is a focus area right now for the bank. And one question I was wondering, while the conventional thing is fine, and there are other people who are doing, is there a special support or something which the bank can do for some of the new areas like offshore wind, green hydrogen? So there are new things emerging on the horizon.
Absolutely. I think thanks for asking that question. So what we're trying to do is, essentially, I think here there is a big issue of de-risking the market as it's a completely new segment, this whole green industry, if I may say so. And in that, going beyond the traditional way of lending, I think there is a huge opportunity to essentially come in and bring in, innovative financing instrument, be a kind of any credit enhancement, or we are actually talking to a group of countries, G7 countries, if they can actually step in with their guarantees. So they will guarantee India's kind of repayment or risk of repayment, and through that the overall kitty could be increased. And this is something which we'll be trying. Realize all of this, the new photovoltaic cells or battery storage, or for hydrogen, the electrolyzers, or the fuel cells will be a huge investment. And this is very important because once you have this domestic manufacturing, the cost of this, the green hydrogen is going to come down. Today it is around $5. If you compare $5 per kg, I mean, in Saudi Arabia, it is still $1 per kg. And India has only a vision by 2030, it will be able to bring down $1.5. So this market and skill development is a big area where I think the multilateral development banks, including the World Bank, will have to come and work together to, to think about innovative instrument and skill development program, knowledge centers, etc. Because we firmly believe, again, as I was mentioning, that this is India's future. Climate transition is India's growth transition, and just not for the sake of being green. Just wanted to mention that the global trade competitiveness will increasingly, as we are seeing already, will increasingly rely on whether your product is green or not, whether your manufacturing process is green or not. So I think that is going to be, at least the next couple of decades, big agenda. And I believe Eastern region has a huge advantage from many point of view. It's not just because of the solar energy, but I think about the green hydrogen, think about the wave, think about the wind energy. I think it is not actually exploited resources. Thanks.
Thank you. And I think that sounds quite comforting, given the bank is focused on supporting some of these new areas. Maybe coming to a close, last question for Rajat. And you outlined what AIIB is trying to do. Next few years, where do you think AIIB's focus or tilt will be? Is it public sector projects more or more private sector initiatives?
Yeah, thanks, Prasad, for the question. One thing I should also mention is that we also put in place a COVID relief facility last year, to help countries in times of pandemic, where we are now looking actively at healthcare and education, and we have already financed some of the projects along with ADB and the World Bank, and thanks again to them for all the help. So as far as long-term target is concerned, I think our mandate is very clear from our members that about 50% of financing should be private sector. And I think that is where we are heading towards. Right now, it's at a little more than 20%. And that got distorted slightly because a lot of our COVID relief intervention was of course, sovereign lending. Otherwise, it was closer to 25%. So I think in the long term, we are inching towards a much higher share of private sector lending. And then again, there are various instruments. We do direct project financing. We would use financial intermediaries. We would do funds, just like we have partnered with NIF and so on. And so we are exploring all instruments to see how we can get to that target. Thank you.
Wow, I think that sounds like music to all the CII members, given that focus will be on private sector. With that, I'm afraid I think we are up on the time, and I'm going to hand it back to Mr. Kaul and Mr. Roy Chaudhary. But thank you. It's been great to chat with this panel, and lovely talking to all of you. Back to you, Mr. Kaul and Mr. Roy Chaudhary.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. This has been a very informative, educative, and enlightening session. It's wonderful to hear of the large scale of projects that are being undertaken, and very heartening to learn that there is appetite for more. So that will really help us to plan what is to be done, and perhaps in the next few days, we'll get a sense from the main stakeholders, what is their priorities. And I think with that, CII will be able to interface in an even more meaningful manner. Thank you all once again. Thank you to our delegates who have been joining us online. And we look forward to seeing all of you participate in the next couple of days as well. Thank you all to CII as well, the Secretariat, for staying with us and really working behind the scenes to make this conference a success. Good evening, everyone, and have a wonderful and safe rest of the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Kaul. Thank you so much. And thank you all our speakers. I think it was wonderful to hear you. And as Mr. Kaul said, it's just given us a lot of homework to take forward over the next couple of days, and then over the next possibly few months, to deliver what's been coming out of all the discussions. Thank you again. So we look forward to having you over tomorrow for the sequence of sessions. We have very, very interesting sessions with Bangladesh starting at 10:30, the UK country session at 11:30, and the technical session on railways, which is one of the key sectors that we are discussing on infrastructure investment landscape in the East and Northeast, starting at 3 o'clock. So I look forward to welcoming everybody again tomorrow. Our exhibition online is on, so would request if you have time to join and go through it. Very interesting. Thank you, Mr. Kaul, for helming it. I think it's been a wonderful day. Thank you so much, and good night to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Thank you very much.
For over 100 years, we've been making connections that drive rail forward. We connect our passion for rail to complex problems, to connect people, to connect industry, to connect cities, to change what's possible. We define industry standards on railways around the world. Pendrell, Connect with us.